Yeah, it's been a while. Right? Okay.
So audio and camera too. No, that one over there. Speakers, gonna be recording. No, we're gonna need.
I did. It was good. How are you? Yeah. Well, yeah. We're gonna get together finally.
Oh, that's good.
Good job. Good.
It's 5:30 on Tuesday, September 28, 2021. I call this regular meeting of the Kingsland Independent School District to order. At this time, we'll have roll call vote. Mr. Brian Kupal.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Stephen Kreitz. Mr. David R. Garcia.
Here.
Miss Elizabeth Ramos.
Here.
Mr. James Glusing. Mr. James Glusing. Ms. Delma Salinas.
Here.
And Mr. Corey Guards is present. Also, let the record show that there is a quorum of board members present, and this meeting has been posted in accordance with Government Code Chapter 551, State of Texas Open Meetings Act. Also, too, for the record, let the record show that we have our superintendent of schools, Dr. Cecilia Reynolds Pettis, along with our legal counsel, Mr. Nick Maddox with the O'Hanlon, Demra, and Castillo firm. This time, we'll move on to the moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, one God, one indivisible.
Again, this meeting will be live video streamed at http://bit://3SROLQR. This time we'll move on to item number 4, which will be the adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt this agenda? Made by Lieutenant Colonel Kreitz. Is there a second? Second by Mr. David Garcia. Any further discussion?
I'm wondering if we can bump up some stuff to the memorandum of understanding that's for the SRO and this, I don't see anybody extra, but for this catenary place of people.
I told them they weren't at the beginnings, so they're not quite here, but, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Maddox, don't all the reporting items and superintendent's report need to come before the action items?
The board can rearrange.
So again, Ms. Trustee Ramos, you're asking to move up the MOU of the Cleveland County Sheriff's Department along with what else item? I'm sorry, ma'am.
The Alpha Energy Project, the
Was-
B, that's if they're even here. I just figured I'd get them out of here instead of all night.
Does anybody have any? Let me ask you, we have to move them probably after superintendent's report. Would it go up to 7A? So we go from 7A to 7A? Because I'm not going to move them in front of the superintendent.
That's fine. The board can rearrange the action items on the action item list if that's the wish.
Right, the alpha people are there. Anybody have an objection to moving up the MOU for the Cleveland County all the way up to 7A? I mean 7B, I'm sorry. It'd be an action, actually 7A. What's that? No objection, nobody has no objection? Does that survive with you? Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and move the memorandum of understanding for the between Cleveland County School Resource Office up to 7A. And then we'll bring everything down to 7B, 7C, 7D, 7E, 7, as we go down. Just move it up to A. Okay, no problem. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Right, go ahead and move on to item number 5, public participation. At this time, we have one person that has actually signed up to speak to address the board. Before we proceed, we have Ms. Julie Chandler with Mustang Sally Driving School. And before we proceed, I'll have Mr. Maddox go over the rules of the public participation and time frame. Thank you, Mr. Maddox.
Yes, Mr. President, and members of the public, we're glad you're here. Just a quick reminder about our BED policy. We do have a time limitation imposed, and I'll be keeping time for you. You are allowed to speak about anything germane to the agenda or anything of concern regarding the district. But if it is a concern directed at an individual member of the administration or staff, or an individual board member, we have a grievance process for that. And that is the correct avenue for your complaint. This would not be the correct avenue for that complaint, and I will be forced to interrupt you at that time. Also, I'll train of thought. Yeah, and so the grievance process, the board will not be able to respond to your statement or comment. They are here to stop, look, and listen, but they will not be responding to any comments you may have unless posted at an appropriate future agenda item. With that, I will turn it over to our public comment.
Thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead, Michelle. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Julie Chancellor, and I'm the owner of the St. Sally Driving School on 6th Street. And I've been wanting to speak to the board for a while, and I have given some material in the past to the school board or to the previous administration about offering driver's education as an after-school activity. One thing it would do, I could work it into the system where you can tie it into attendance and grades. I've done it at other schools as well. It's a 16-day course where students would need to attend so many days versus non-attendance, and tied into ADA, and also have a certain GPA before they're eligible to take the course. I've been successful at doing this at West Oso ISD under a grant program, and I've been successful doing it at Calvary's High School under a non-grant program. If you're interested in hearing about it, I'd be happy to discuss it with you. The other thing, I'm working on my BCBA, Board Certified Behavior Analyst, and I'm looking to gain my contact hours, which I've been doing something out of my building there on 6th Street, offering ABA, Applied Behavior Analyst hours, working with parents who have students with autism and parents who have students with challenging behavior, and talking about ways to improve that. So if you're interested in that, let me know. I am a certified teacher, special ed endorsement with principal endorsement, social studies and health and PE, and doctorate in educational leadership. I went through with Mr. Diego, with longtime friends. So, any questions? My number, my card have been distributed, so please feel free to call. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you again. I apologize. It was Chandler or Chancellor, so thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. All right. Go ahead and move on to item number 6, communication with administration. This time we'll begin with superintendent report. We got a kind of a lengthy one here. We've got number 1, it's going to be found in your board book. Average daily attendance update. It's going to be found on page 4. And be presenting with will be Dr. Peter Pitts. And I ask that the board again, as we always do, and I appreciate the board, let the presentation go through, pose your questions, and we'll be glad to answer once we ask Dr. Pettis to ask the presenter.
As he's starting up, I kind of wanted to give you some information that we received today at the superintendent's meeting at the Education Service Center. We have the TEA Deputy Commissioner of Accountability there, and he spoke to us about the state of Texas and how they're doing in the drop of enrollment. He said that's pretty much across the state of Texas. He said the I-35 corridor, which shouldn't be seeing a lower enrollment. However, they've even seen a drop in the growth that they had planned for because of COVID. So he gave us information about low attendance waivers, which we'll have to look at to see if at some point during the year, if we need to use it, we'll use it. But this seems to be a problem, across the board as far as the amount of students that are actually reporting to school in reference to attendance. And then he did, he talked about also the learning loss that is across the board, across Texas as well, in relation to the fact that they're not attending school. So this seems to be a concern across the state of Texas. listening to him about some possible solutions we'll be hearing about, or some possible resources over the next month. We'll be definitely looking for that, and he was very aware of our needs.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Garza, Superintendent, Dr. Pettis, members of the board. What you have in front of you is a summary of enrollment and attendance for the first month of school. This was prepared by Dr. Vasquez Cruz. As you notice, we started off the beginning of the year with, on the first day, 2,330 students. And now the enrollment has increased to 2,747 as of September the 22nd. And you see our average daily attendance is in the high 24, low 2,500 range. At the bottom, you see the average for the first month, 2,439. That is projected to increase through the year, probably somewhere between 2,475 and 2,525 average ADA for the year. The basis for that prediction is that attendance has been increasing the first month of the year, but it probably will not increase that much more, not at the same rate that it did the first month. We were still capturing some students, and I believe they're going to talk about the block walk a little bit later on in the program. You see the increase in students from the beginning of the year. So the administration and teachers and other staff at the school have worked very hard to get students to come to school that weren't there on the first day of school. 161 extra students from the first day of school. I'm sorry, in attendance. 417 students that weren't enrolled on the first day of school that are enrolled now. This does have an effect on our budget. We budgeted for 2,600 average daily attendance for the year. We predict somewhere around 2,500 average for the end of the year, probably be a decrease in revenue about $700,000 to $800,000. We plan to make that up through the ESSER II budget. We'll be presenting that a little bit later on. That's something that we do need to be aware of moving forward, and that we do need to constantly provide an update to the board as far as where we are with attendance, because it affects a lot of things, and primarily it affects the amount of revenue that we get. At this point, I'll take any questions the board has. Yes, sir.
Within the membership, we go from 2330 to 2747, so that's an increase of 417. It's right at 417, that's about 14%. Good attendance, 2330 to 2491, that's a raise of 261. If your IEA is roughly 9%, it doesn't represent the 161 out of the 300.
Well, there's a couple things in play here on the
Delta
first.
there between, you got more people enrolled, but you don't have more butts in the seat, fortunately.
I hear what you're saying. The one thing you need to consider is on the first day of school, attendance was at 100%, because everybody that at that first day of school was actually there.
These are wrong numbers though, Dr. Coates. These are wrong numbers, 417, 161. Correct,
but on the first day of school, nobody could be absent, because everybody that was there was kind of present. Attendance on 8/23 was 100%. So after that, like if you look at the second day, you're never going to have 100% attendance except for on the first day of school. And so at the very beginning, we were capturing more students in our enrollment, but the only day that you're going to have perfect attendance is on the first day of school.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you increase your attendance to 417,
Okay.
and it's consistent, say it's consistent with ADA across the board, then your attendance should go up proportionally. In this case, it is not. It's very disproportionate. 417 is a 40% increase, but 161 to 2330 or 2310.
So our attendance rate.
ADA only went up 33%, but the enrollment went up. Probably went up 14%.
Like the students that we're getting,
They're not
still
coming
being
to school.
absent. They're still being absent. They're still having problems getting to school.
You know, so I mean, it's good to know what your attendance is and know what your enrollment is. But the real number is buses and seat. And you're telling us we're probably about 150 buses and seat short from what the budget is.
That's correct. We project a modest increase from here on out, so probably 100 to 125 less in ADA than what we budgeted, which we're gonna make up through the ESSER 2 grant. We're gonna present that a little bit later.
And the number that we were being told today, that was like an average was 200. It seems like it's 200 per district. It seems like that number was pretty prevalent. We're about.
Well, at least we're on the good side of the curve, but still,
Oh, no, we still have a lot of work to do, for sure.
the budget wise, it's not a bright light, it's a train.
Our attendance percentage has increased from 88% close to the beginning of school to closer to 92% in the last week or two. So that's a promising sign.
And they did explain to us that they were either, I was trying to write my notes. They were looking at either the 1920 or the 2021. We might be able to choose from one of the better of the two, who we're counting, ADA for, I guess, budget wise. They're gonna, again, this is all very raw right now. They're gonna let us know as they're finalizing, because the data that they're using, they were actually very candid about the fact that the data was very raw. I guess you could say.
As of now, there's not plans by TEA to hold harmless. And
As of right now.
as of right now, things are constantly changing.
We question. At some point in time, it's prudence dictate that you do a budget and be ready to know what you're going to do before you have to do it. I'm putting in $500,000, 600,000.
Subjected out is what he said, but he's gonna use ESSER 3 money.
That's a 3 or 2.
ESSER 2, ESSER 3 monies have already been allocated.
To replace that deficiency.
Did we budget incentives for Olympic attendance, or did we do that?
Campuses, yes, can do attendance incentives.
I know so. I know someone like you got a perfect attendance and you get like an Xbox or something. I know we're not that big on our budget, but.
And you're correct, Mr. Arnold, saying that, and again, I'm not trying to bring up the past, but we had incentives like that, and that's when we got into all the fluff. Which is a great thing, all the fluff. Meaning fluffing seats, things like that from that nature, and I don't want to go back, because there's the past, but in the prior, when we had incentive programs with Xboxes, pizzas, trips, etc. There, as my colleague would say, unfortunately, we thought maybe somebody was cooking the books. I'm not saying it happened, but again, we just kind of want to continue the trend that we're doing. I think that we're seeing a trend that, you know, again, that we have expectations, and I think I know we'll hit them. And I think also too, with the ESSER 2 coming in, that will be presented later, we can offset some of the stuff that we presented for the budget. Any other questions for Dr. Pitts when it comes to enrollment and attendance?
Dr. Pitts, you mentioned that we're gonna be slightly off and we're gonna be adjusting as we go. What measures are we gonna take as a district to try to not take a hard hit on our ADA and try to recruit more? I know we've got the new center coming open. There is a dedicated here this Friday. Okay, that's a possibility for kids coming back. Is that correct?
Definitely. So at the center, we have our care students that during the block walk, we have identified some of them that will qualify, that can come back to school and help our ADA.
Yeah, so when we brought back, we count them now because they're coming back. That block walk was only for that day. We're not gonna stop, you know, for sure our CIS and our attendance people are still gonna be going and knocking on doors. There's still several people that we found that are afraid because of the.
So was the block walk
For the our leavers and any no-shows that we've had problems trying to get a hold of during the regular school day, we figured maybe a Saturday would help. And so each campus kind of prioritized, but we definitely went for those kids who were dropped out.
And that's where we covered them, because the deadline was Friday.
We still want to recover them though, because bottom
But they'll
line
still
is,
see this as dropouts.
they will, for resubmission, and that's what they talked to us about today, is even though, let's say a student said they were going to homeschool, which we got a couple of those to sign the forms that they were going they were going to be homeschooled. During resubmission, if that was not correct, or if they did indeed do that, during resubmission in January, we can code those. That's one of the things he said they were looking at as well.
Any further questions?
This is something that not just our district is facing. You said it's all across the board. That these numbers are low, so as long as we take maybe a proactive approach to try to recruit some of these other kids and and also with the budget amendment, be early with it rather than. I think we need to focus on that. We did get some more kids in.
Yeah.
So that's one thing that we cannot keep our eyes off of that. So good job, Zach.
Thank you, Dr. Pitts. Go ahead and move on back to superintendent's update. Again, book, board book, page 6, got a very preliminary star with grades 3 through 8. The EOC report, that we also found on page 6, presented with the Mr. Armidas, our assistant superintendent. Curriculum.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Garza, board members, and Dr. Bettis, Superintendent. It is a requirement that we provide the preliminary STAR 3 through 8 EOC data to you by end of September. Before presenting the numbers, you did receive the PowerPoint. There are a lot of numbers, so I will be providing you an overview. Some things to consider or barriers to consider are students who did not take 2021 STAR and or were absent will take a beginning of year assessment. So any students absent of STAR because it was not a requirement have taken a beginning of year assessment, and we're still trying to capture some of those students who were absent. Online assessments for Memorial Middle School. Memorial Middle School, all of their students that were present took the online assessment. The reason I consider this a barrier is because our students have not had prior ample practice on that. Also, the testing site went down for a couple of hours, and so our students had to be waited to get back on track. So that was a barrier to consider. 2021 STAR was also not mandated. Students had the option to show up for the test, which impacted student participation. Now, the COVID gap and COVID slide has widened gaps across the state, region, and district, which you've seen in reviewing the data. However, the data will provide us a baseline of where students are or have performed so that we are able to measure progress. I wanted to address students' participation during the 2021 STAR. So in front of you, you have not only the raw numbers, but the percentages of students who participated in the STAR test. You'll notice that the lowest numbers or percentages of participation were in grades 5 through 8. In looking at the STAR results for grades 3 through 5, the comparison data versus across the district, region, and state, you will notice, and even more so when I get into the trend data, you'll notice the trends between the district, region, and state. Overall, in 3rd and 4th grade, we did have about a 10% variance on the downward trend. We did have more of a variance in the fifth through eighth grade levels in approaches and meets with the exception of science, and we were closer in the master category. In looking at sixth through eighth grade, there was about a 20% gap with the exception of masters. Again, the seventh and eighth graders did take all of their assessments online, and there was a system interruption, not on our part, but on the testing side, organization part.
This doesn't represent the whole. This just represents the kids who actually took the test to begin with.
Correct. Correct. And so if you reflect on this data in respect to the student participation numbers.
So, for example, Algebra 1 says, approaches 37%. That's not 37% of everyone that should have taken it.
It's the
Of
third,
the whole student body, it could be 25% because kids didn't take it.
correct. And so that's why I wanted to present student participation numbers to you first and the barriers to consider. And student participation was one of those barriers. You see some of the same, again, downward trends in the EOC data as well. We do have much work to do in our EOC area in comparison to the region and state. So when you look at grade 3 star results overview, this is where you start to see the 2017 to 2021 data. So 2019, obviously, we had instruction, was our most normal year, I guess, until spring break. And then 2021, we saw the COVID and the remote learning impact. So on top where you see the 2017 to 2021 data trends, the visual is really good because as we go through the data, you're going to notice that we, for the most part, we do mimic the state and region trend data. On the bottom part of that chart, you're going to notice the region and our district 2019-21 comparison data.
So we look at the third grade, the gap in 2017, and then as it came to 2021, we just need to remember that this starts in 2017, I guess.
Yes, and looking at the line data, trend data. So in looking at grade 4 star, some examples that I want to point out, and I don't know if this it doesn't have a red. You'll notice that, let's look at mathematics in the middle. So when I say the state and region are fairly aligned. We are noticing though that although the state and region are aligned, the downward COVID slide occurred with the state and region as well. You'll notice our line, the green line, mimics that exact data with the exception of obviously the gap in performing lower to the state and region. So when you look on the bottom half, and we'll use math again as an example, you'll see the 2021 data and you'll see that black arrow going down. And so they have also shown the visual of the downward trend data between the 2019 and the 2021 data.
What's troubling to me is in 2017, we looked pretty much neck and neck. But as you further right you go, you figure that the gap gets wider. So why did it happen to us, but it didn't happen to them? I mean, there's a decline, yes, but their decline is much less steep than ours.
Correct.
Is there speculation as to why that's? Because we were neck and neck with them in 2017. There was a couple percentage points.
It looks like it started like 2017, and then you go probably to 2018.
2018 and then
And 2019, it starts opening up pretty much, and then 2020, it started opening.
It's split distance.
2017, we were definitely closer in some grade levels and some content area, and you'll see even in math and writing, it was almost neck and neck, and then you start to see a gap soon after that. So I don't know what the potential could have been for that. I do know
It
in,
tells you something.
yes. I would agree.
Even looking at staffing and then where we have our fifth graders, putting them back in elementary might help out a little bit. We're not, we're just.
Well, and that was one of the things that I noted in, as we look at the fifth grade data, if you turn the page, grade 5-star results overview, you'll notice significant gaps between the state and region and the district. And so one of the things that I noted is that it is, in my opinion, a good decision to move the fifth grade back to elementary school, because rather than the 50-minute period that was offered through Gillette Intermediate, we now have more time on reading. We have about, what did I put down? We have about 80 to 90 minutes in reading alone right now, and we can offer that at elementary with our flexible scheduling. We also are offering this year a systemic program that teachers are required to use through our reading adoption, as well as providing, or will be providing, small group instruction, which they didn't have the time to address those gaps within students to be reading on level. So there are several things that we put in place this year to help with this fifth grade data. It was probably the biggest difference in reading. It was about a 30% difference between the state and region and the district.
And 6th through 8 at Gillette now has block scheduling. So the students have a 90-minute block, the teachers have fewer students to teach. So we're expecting more, helping them in that way with that support as well. With the curriculum writer going to be doing this. What is it, 13?
This coming Saturday.
Yeah.
This coming Saturday. And so in the data for the fifth grade, the downward trend in 2021 remains consistent across the state, region, and district. And as Dr. Bettis mentioned, in grades 6 through 8 in middle school, we did create block scheduling, which is offering more time in reading and math and professional development in showing teachers how to use that time effectively. But the trend, you'll see the visual is very similar to the state and region, and then we see the gap with the district. However, you notice that the district mimics those trends from 2017 to 2021. And we see those trends again. I love those line visuals. I don't like the gaps, obviously, but we are seeing a definite downward trend due to the COVID gaps. We see the same thing in 8th grade as well. And then when we get to our EOC results, Star EOC Overview 2021 is the title of this slide. We continue to see about a 10% decrease. We do notice that in English 1, you'll notice that the region has an upward trend, the arrow is going up, but it was an increase by 1%. We have a decrease, but our decrease was only by 2%. So we pretty much maintained our scores in English 1 despite COVID. Now, having said that, we do have a lot of work to do in our English 1 through 4 courses. On the next page, in English 2, we had, this was the only area where the region and the district had an upward trend. And so you'll notice the black arrows up, about a 5% increase with the region and the district. And in US history, there was about a 7% decrease, but notice the results. This is one of our strongest content areas. The next slide shows an overall grades 3 through 8 and mathematics overview. So they just compiled all the data together to show the trends of the overall averages between 2017 and 2021 in grades 3 through 8 reading and math, and compared the region to Kingsville from 2019 to 2021. So our next steps are, we're working at very difficult, as you've heard in previous presentations, regarding curriculum alignment and the monitoring of curriculum alignment, as well as progress monitoring what is occurring in the classrooms, creating skills checks each 3 weeks because we now have 9-week grading periods, creating student-owned data folders so that they are setting goals with their teachers and monitoring their progress. We have an end of grading period common assessment. We're going through that right now. It's not quite the end, but we do have a professional development day on October the 12th, and so we want them to be able to analyze their data. We're going to have protocols and steps for them to analyze their data, specific questions to respond to, and then plan for that data in the upcoming grading period. We are conducting classroom walks and using an observation and feedback cycle. We're implementing a coaching protocol. We are securing reading and math supports through our Resilience Full Support Program grant and through Sharon Wells. We've adopted new curriculum for English 1 through 4, which is a TEA home learning. It's called Texas Home Learning. I'm not sure why, because we adopted at the district level, but it's Odell, and we're using that with all of our English 1 through 4 teachers so they can learn and grow together in that. We are contracting a consultant to support Algebra 1 curriculum, writing, and monitoring. And we are providing an accelerated instruction model, which is currently in progress to address the beginning of year and STAR data. Students are required to participate in accelerated instruction. And so every elementary, middle school, and high school has an accelerated instruction block. Once I share this data, overall data with the principals, they will isolate students to determine the needs, and we have specific curriculum resources for them to use through the accelerated instruction model. Questions?
Not so much a question, but a comment that I probably made too many times in the past. What's everybody else doing? And what I mean by what everybody else is doing is, on a third grade teacher, I got all kinds of skin in the game. But if I'm a elective teacher at the high school, not my problem. I mean, I'm not being assessed or counted in any way other than, did the cow go to the livestock show? I know that sounds simplistic, but this sounds like an all hands on deck thing, but we're pretty specific on what hands we're looking at.
I do know through our accelerated instruction block at the high school, elective teachers are also have students assigned to them during the accelerated instruction block. So they will also be trained in the resources that we are using for that instruction so that they can support students. Also, I can say that it was our high school elective teachers that brought to our attention high school student reading levels, and it would be great to know their reading levels so that they could support what they needed. And so we are creating ideas for them to use. And some of the things that we mentioned was a vocabulary word wall. We mentioned several ideas to help them with their reading levels using visuals for comprehension purposes. And so that was really great to hear that our elective teachers were concerned about our students' reading levels and were asking us, what can we do to support? Dr. Bettis, I think you were there that day, and I know that cadet program, the auto mechanic, auto tech program mentioned it, and there was another elective that was there that mentioned that as well, so that was good to hear.
Now, through Brainerd Time also, well, once we get this common assessment down, we want to look at it and then share it with our Brainerd Time teachers, because we want our Brainerd Time teachers to have goals for their kids, their specific Brainerd Time group that they're going to incentivize and help, and we want to do like types of incentives for the Brainerd Time classes that have the highest increase in whatever it is, whatever it is that we determine after we looked at all the common assessments, and let's see what we need to do. So
You have.
that
lots-
kind of gives
You
you.
have lots of students where no matter what's going on at the school, I'll use ROTC as an example. You know that every kid in ROTC has the same 2 teachers. That's a shock. That's a group that you can specifically identify. And then how those kids perform in math, science, English, social studies, or whatever. If there's a marked increase in that group, I think it's safe to assume that the people that they see every day, nobody else sees, but they see, has something to do with that. And if there's a decline, I think it's safe to say, how are you adding to the pot? Because it looks to me like you're busy. Same thing with the band, same thing with the football season, same thing with ag. And I think if you can engage your electives in a manner similar to the way you engage Mrs. So-and-so in her 5th grade class. She's got 20 kids, and when her scores come up, those are your 20 kids. Can't run away from them. Well, electives shouldn't be able to run away from it. I'm not saying they are, but I'm saying they've never been held accountable to the same level, to the same standard.
And I think that's why they bring the time, because all elected teachers, every teacher has a bring the time group. So if they're an ROTC, they should have a bring the time group. If they're a band director, they should have a bring the time group. And this kind of divide and conquer approach would be to incentivize them to help ensure that, and we may just choose reading, or we may just choose math, we're not sure yet. What are we going to target to say, if your students improve in this, and help them gauge and do some progress monitoring with all of those teachers, and not just, the reading or the math, or I definitely get what you're saying. It helps, the teamwork would work if everybody pulled together and not just the STAR or EOC teachers.
Also through the Brainerd Time, the elected teachers are seeing for the first time the students' overall data picture, that they are being held accountable through Brainerd Time to set goals where they never saw their data before. Now they're responsible for having conferences with students and setting goals based on the data that they're receiving during Brainerd Time, because these elective teachers are getting these students' overall common assessment data, STAR data, and beginning of year data.
Okay, and those are clear-cut points resulting from clear-cut tests and examinations that are being given. When we go down this list of next steps, the first 3 bullet points seem to be areas. Is there any quantitative information that can be brought back to the board throughout the course of the year? In other words, it's one thing to say, yeah, we think we're doing good, we think we're doing good, we think we're doing good, and then next August, we come up with either the same or further decline. And I'm not asking anybody to spend all day long, creating charts and graphs, but are we able to identify areas that we think are continuing concerns? And that would, I think, be helpful to the board to know, we're still having a problem in math. And it may be that we're so far behind in 5th grade that it's going to take a while to catch up. But I mean, and I trust that y'all are monitoring, that you're on top of that. I'm just wondering if there's anything quantitatively that can be brought to us so that we don't get the big surprise next August.
Absolutely. Once we finish, for example, the 3rd bullet, the end of grading period common assessments, we will definitely bring that data to you. One of the areas we're focusing across the state, you'd have thought it would have been reading that significantly dropped, math more so significantly dropped. Now reading is obviously very close behind because it impacts everything. So we are our big focus is reading and math this year. So we can definitely bring that common assessment data. The skill checks data, those are very small, 5 to 10 questions. So that really wouldn't give us a meat, but it gives us an idea if students are progressing for the teachers.
And that's what, and I'm not trying to play any kind of gotcha or
No,
anything.
no,
And
absolutely.
I'm just saying that if we create a database going through this year, that if we come up with scores different from where we think they either better or lower, we've got a baseline that next year we can say, okay, we thought this was working, it may not be working. And I just think with all the data that's being collected, I'm glad to see that somebody's doing something with it.
Yes, and we're also looking very closely at, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bullet reading and math supports through RSSP. We're working very closely with RSSP, the Resilient Support Schools program, especially in readings in grade 3 and 6 with them. And we meet with them once every other week with our ITCs and our principals to monitor the reading supports, the reading program, what we're seeing, the data that they're presenting to us. And so that's something that we're constantly monitoring. So we've also talked about bringing that data to the board so that you can see the work that we're doing we're doing it across the board because we don't want to leave anybody out. But with the grant, we had to focus on 2 grade levels. And so we chose to focus on 3rd through 6th because those are the first star data and then the transition data in 6th grade.
And honestly, what I'm gonna be the most interested in seeing in the next couple of years is 1st grade and 2nd grade.
I agree. Because in 3rd grade, it's too late to close that gap. We need to make sure those students are reading on grade level early. Every grade's important. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move again to superintendent's update, item number 3A, to be found on page 26 on your board book. Dr. Peter Pitts, HVAC updates.
Thank you, Mr. Garza. We had a chiller at Pettis Elementary School that was on its last legs. We had to nurse it along the last couple of weeks as we were securing a replacement chiller. There is a delay in parts. There is a delay in installation. And we did get 3 quotes to make sure we got the best value for the district. We think we saved $15,000 for the district by doing that. You saw the pictures. It took a lot of work. They had to bring a crane out there, take away the old chiller, replace the new one. They started on a Friday right after the kids left, started taking the old one out and then worked on Saturday and then finished on Sunday to get the new chiller working. And it was a major undertaking and that project is complete. They now have some of the, probably the best air conditioning in the district now at Pettis in that circle there. I'll take any questions that you have on that project.
What's the warranty to this equipment for the HVAC? And do we have to do any yearly maintenance or yearly look over? I don't want it to be a roof incident later on when it starts breaking down.
It only is a year warranty. We do have to do maintenance, routine maintenance on it as we do with our other HVAC equipment.
Dr. Pitts, do we have HVAC certified on staff? In our maintenance department?
We have a lead HVAC technician and we have one helper. Right now, we have a vacancy for another helper position.
I'd like to maybe see them get more involved in our maintenance part. I'm sure they do a good job, but just to be a little bit more on top of these units, especially when we're using purchasing new units, like Ms. Ramos said. 1 year warranty, wow, spend a lot of money for just 1 year, but it's gonna be key to keep up with those units. I'd like to see maybe we get that position filled here pretty quick. and get them some help so we can keep up with this.
Does it come with an extended warranty?
So we did look into purchasing extended warranty. They are prohibitively expensive, so we're talking for 5 years, $7,000 more, for 10 years, another $16,000. And we did the math and were able to say that we weren't gonna spend that much money in that amount of time.
And again, keep in mind that here, that we do have, and you're all totally correct about the whole trying to get on top of things, but we have one gentleman that oversees not only maintenance, he does maintenance, he does building, so we got one person that does everything to try to get a hold of everything. But you all are correct, and that's maybe something in the near future, I'm saying the next board meeting or the next year. But we have one gentleman that does a great job along with his staff that kind of oversees one thing, and wears many hats like a lot of us do, a lot of them do. But again, you all are correct, and that's maybe something we can look at come this spring, is maybe have a analysis, Dr. Pettis, on as far as buildings, as far as HVAC, whether it be HVAC, be plumbing, et cetera, to kind of bring back to the board so that we have a better understanding when it comes to, again, before budgets and things of that nature.
One gentleman, is older than me or younger than me?
I can't answer that question because then I'll be in really big trouble.
Yeah, don't answer the question, but if he's older than me, we have a replacement in mind and a contingency plan for when he goes. Which
Well,
is
we
the
can
basis
put that
of the
in
question.
the
Now, she's 23, hey, he's got some years. But those are the kind of things we need to be thinking about because we wake up high and dry way too often.
And again, we'll definitely. Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Pitts. Go ahead and move on to number 4. Again, a roofing update. Dr. Pitts going to go ahead and elaborate on the Sunbelt Weekly Progress Report, which should be found on page 31 of the report book. Also, project assessment proposal contract that can also be found on page 45. Dr. Pitts.
You have the pictures and the full update. I'm just gonna give you a quick summary. The roofing at the campus is something that's needed to be done for a long time. And there have been leaks in the campuses that we're just getting now to replacing, and it's not quite done. Harvey is complete. There was one more leak in the vocational building. They just finished patching that up today. The other 3 buildings, there's a building between the Fine Arts building and the gym, the old gym over at HMK in the middle. They're still working on that. They're still working on Pettis and Gillette. They need about 5 more days of good weather to complete the work. And then all 5 of those buildings should be watertight. I will take any questions that you have.
And board, if you recall, we had a workshop about a month ago. And we had a gentleman from the company come.
From Garland, yes,
Mr.
sir.
Garland, and this is the result of the micro. There's any other questions for Dr. Pitts when it comes to the roofing update? All right, thank you, Dr. Pitts. Go ahead and move on to item 6A again as well. Be item number 5, Harold Table Talks. Dr. Pitts.
So these next few are gonna be really quick. I just wanted to publicly thank all the teachers and staff at Harrell Elementary when I went to go have my table talks with them. It was a beautiful, warm welcome, and I just wanted to make sure and acknowledge Ms. Trevino. They're doing a great job of turning things around over there, so. Also, okay, the next item is the Bring the Summer Reading Series. As many of y'all may recall, before summer was letting out, we were really trying to promote the summer reading all-star series. And I wanted to publicly thank the Houston Astros and the CC Hooks organization for donating those World Series rings. They look like replicas, they're rings. And we were gonna purchase them, and they found out what we were doing, and so they donated them. They donated like 35 of them, I believe it was. The students were very proud. They had been reading, but this was a good visual for the other students to see that when we, the next time we do a summer reading series, you never know what you might win, So I also want to thank Barnes & Noble, also who donated some of their gift cards as well for the students. So I want to thank our C&I department for leading that, Ms. Ramirez and Dr. Farah. Okay, the next item Tomorrow, Texas A&M University, Kingsville, and KISD, we're hosting a suicide prevention symposium. The month of September is suicide prevention, and that's for the next 10 years, for this decade. And I'm very proud that A&M Kingsville has this, Texas A&M University, Kingsville, with Dr. Steve Bain, asked us if we could host the symposium with the university. Dr. Bessanise from KISD will also be one of the presenters who is very knowledgeable in doing this. We have hosted suicide prevention symposiums in Corpus Christi. This time we wanted to do it here in the Kingsville area. We're gonna have our students, some of our seniors and high school students and our counselors attending, but also students from the surrounding districts. So I know, several of the surrounding, at least 8 to 10 surrounding districts are gonna be taking, bringing students. So anyway, I'll let y'all know about that. And then the next thing is the ribbon cutting. I just wanted to make sure and invite everyone out to the ribbon cutting of the Alice G. Claver Early Childhood Literacy and Continuing Education Center. That's gonna be this Friday at noon. And we look forward to having everybody in the community come out. We're really excited about this center. We have some students already enrolled in the CARES program, which is where they're earning their diploma. I believe we have Dr. Sandoval, what was the last count? And the African, it was 15 at the Claver Center, right? Yes, in addition to the ones that are at HMK at that care center. So we're very excited about that. The Head Start program is full. And so they're actually looking to see if we might have more space for them. So, because they have a waiting list of children. So there was obviously a need for this center, and we're very proud of it. So thank you all for your support about it.
Yeah, thank you again, Dr. Preston. Again, as you know, board again, there's a lot of great things going on. So very commendable on the administration on doing, especially the READ program, the suicide prevention, along with the ribbon cutting, and a lot of other things that are coming down the road. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on item 6A. That'd be number 9. This would be KISD 2021 block walk by Dr. Sandoval.
Thank you, Mr. Garza, Board of Trustees, Dr. Pettis. This past Saturday, we had our block walk as we attempted to go find our students that had not reported to school or had possibly dropped out the 2021 school year. Out of 26 students that we went out to try to recover, we were able to recover 6 of those students to come back or do CARES Academy. So we're excited about the fact that we were able to at least save more than one kid. It was a tremendous effort, coordination with CIS and our district liaisons to be able to reduce the number of kids that were showing up as leavers or possible dropouts to a very minimal number. The people that we did visit were the parents that we were able to get a hold of or make contact with, or we knew why they weren't coming to school. Various reasons that they gave us, but we wanted to make sure we contact those parents that we weren't able to get a hold of or communicate with in any way or fashion.
During the month of September, there were 257 leavers, and we were able to reduce that number to 114. And then from there, that's when we narrowed it down to the ones we're gonna go find last week and then on that Saturday. So, let's keep trying.
And it was a tremendous effort from everybody. We had a good turnout. I think we had as many helpers and volunteers as we had students that went to go recover. So it was a very, very well attended event, and it made the process of going out there and finding our lost students or missing students an easier task for the volunteers. So thank you to everyone, board members that attended, administrators, teachers, and members from the community just came out and supported this cause, because without the support, we would not have been able to recover those kids.
Communities and schools was a huge support, huge.
Very, 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 they were a partner in getting it done. They couldn't have done without CIS.
So one of the things, again, I'm just gonna have a little quick and move on, is this is one, I know we've done this prior, but I know this is one of many that's gonna happen this year in the district. So this is not the only one. So again, I need to be careful with my words. So I'm gonna challenge people to come out the next time we do have this. Again, I know it's difficult for people's schedules, but again, I know it's gonna be the process here in probably the next couple of months when Dr. Pettis and CIS and the whole entire team. So again, I highly encourage people out in the community to come out and help us, because again, we're on this together. So I challenge you all in the community, when we do have another attempt to go out and get our kiddos back, whether it be to come to our school or through the Care Academy, to come join us and see what it's truly all about. So, thank you again. Great job.
Exceptionally well organized,
It was.
therefore it went exceptionally quick.
Yeah, it was,
When you're asking people to give up Saturday mornings, exceptionally quick's important.
Right.
But it was well organized, and that's why it went quick.
Well, CIS was a good, big partner to get it done, our CIS team, our liaisons, and also gotta give credit to Norma Gasso, our secretary
Yeah.
in the department. She did a great job of coordinating all the list and putting it in groups, so I'm glad you guys recognize that, because she did really work hard on getting that, put together for us.
I was just looking forward to being on a bus, but I didn't. Next time I'll be on the bus and jump it on. Thank you.
The breakfast tacos were delicious as well.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and move on to, thank you again, Dr. Sunderland. Go on, moving on to number 10, HM King update, Dr. Sunderland, we found on page 59 of your board book.
Now, the ag farm, we committed to making sure that we're keeping you updated on the facilities of it. It's, fairly aged. And so, we want to make sure we're giving as much information, details about it as possible.
So, thank you, Dr. Pettis and board trustees again. I want to give you guys just an update on the current status of our ag farm. This ag farm, don't know the exact date when it was built, but I would say it was
90.
the early 80s, late 90s. Was it 90s?
Yes, sir, that's when I was in FFA.
So you were
Right,
in high school in
Mr. Chris Ernest.
It was, I know it was in the 80s that it was built, so it's somewhere around 30-something years old. Currently, our ag farm was built out of steel pipes and fencing and tin roofs. So I'm gonna give you an update of the status of our current ag farm. As you can see, you'll see throughout the different pictures you got in your packet. There's a lot of structural issues with the ag farm. Here's a picture of the front gate, and it's rusted through. That pipe is almost at the point of its deteriorating. It's losing its structural integrity as well. That front gate, you see this throughout the gate, you'll see those rust spots and where it's almost completely gone. And I'm gonna show you a bunch of different pictures you got in your packet, but I'm gonna highlight it so that people in the audience can also see the pictures as well. Here, additional pictures of the front gate, front supports as well. The hinges are rusting through as well. Those hinges got support those heavy gates, and those gates are they're not light at all. They are solid steel or pipe, and it is a hard gate to push when you come in. And again, it's not at the point of deterioration. Cement foundation in the different pig pens. You're seeing issues where the water is starting to create crevices under the cement, which are creating foundation issues for those pads. Some are starting to crack and eventually they will fall if they continue to stay in this current state. Here's a couple more pictures of the same situation where the water again is flowing under those cement pads. Here's another picture of structural supports. These pipes, I think they're 3.5-inch pipes or 4-inch pipes. They're pretty thick pipes. But after many years of being out there, being in the elements, it served its purpose. You're seeing some of those structural supports that hold up the roof are already rusted through, which is again it's a concern because it's no longer maintaining its structural function. And two, I think the safety of our students, our parents, and our livestock out there are put at risk. There's another structural support. Cement around it is coming and breaking off. It's no longer serving its purpose either. More situations or images of rust throughout the pipes. Here's these are 2 different pictures of pipes, but you can see the base has pretty much rotted out. And again, that's the structural support. Here's some additional pictures of rust. More pictures of rust. Also, you're seeing some issues with the roof there. Door hinges, again, rusting out. some of these hinges are actually falling off. We do have a few doors out there that are able to be welded back on. Fence pins, the fence is coming off or is broken off. Some are being held by zip ties. Some are being held by metal wire just to keep it from coming apart. And that is again seen throughout the different pins there. Electrical, we do have about half our electrical outlets or lights are not working in the barn. So we don't have adequate lighting for the animals, the livestock, and the students as they go there in the evenings. Some do go late evenings, early mornings to feed their livestock. Here's another picture of roof support that is rusted out. Holes in the roof. There's another picture of rotted boards and panels. More structural supports on that roof. The metal roof that we have there currently is coming off. In high winds, it begins to blow up and it is again a safety concern. You see penetrations or rust in the tin roof. Gutters were installed, but as you can see, they're starting to fall apart. Some of these gutters have also created more problems, because of rain and the gutters starting to mess up and they're breaking. It's really not serving the purpose it was intended to serve, which is to keep the water from going into the pins and flooding. Water lines, some are being temporarily held up by tape. Some of our parents actually do some revisions to those as well. And they piggyback off those lines and they run longer lines and so they're not really up to code in any sense. Our working pen area for the students to work their animals and livestock is in an open area, so rain or shine, they're out there working their animals. Specifically in show season, they're gonna be out there working their livestock no matter what. Also, the animals are at risk of running through that because it's not a really secure area as well. Our cattle work area is a bunch of cattle pens that have been put together. It's not a covered working pen. Again, kids work on it, during rain or shine, and it's not very secure because it's not secure to the ground. It can still be knocked over in a high wind or if an animal, particularly a steer, were to run into it and try to get out. Again, parents have made some makeshift repairs. I mean, they're very thrifty in terms of having to make repairs when need be, and they've done that to some of these water lines and fences, and they do the best they can with their pins at times, but they're not in the best condition as it comes to having a safe environment for our kids. So I want to just give you an update on the issue that we're facing. You're in the packet, you have an outline of all the different things in each pen, and I'm not going to go over those right now. You guys can look at your own leisure. But I want to talk to you about some of the things that we've seen or we've done since we identified these main concerns. And a lot of the pictures that you've seen and the identified issues were presented to us by our ag teachers, their agent team.
Dr. Chris, again, I just want people to understand that we also do share this with local 4-H groups. So it's not just our only FFA that borrows this facility. We have a collaboration with the 4-H, various 4-H clubs that live in Claiborne County. So it's just not our students that actually have access to the ag farm. The only thing that I see, I mean, again, and I see what says no bids were submitted. The only thing, it's just a suggestion, is I know that now we're on a block scheduling and we've got a tremendous ag program as far as welding. I mean, I think some of this stuff, I mean, I'm not the educator, could maybe try to help out or do something, a little tack here and tack there. But again, I do understand, and we've heard this before, that the ag farm is in pretty bad shape. And but again, I think there's some things out there that can probably be done by some of our students and ag teachers with our welding class. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we also have a partnership with the Coastal Bend College with their welding program. And maybe in the near future, there's something maybe we can trade off. Again, I know it's a huge laundry list of what needs to be done out there. But again, I think it's a start because you're right, Dr. Sandoval, it is a safety. There's a lot of safety out there. And the last thing we want is anyone to get hurt. but also people need to understand that this is these programs, there's money involved. And there's a lot of people that are spending a lot of money on their different projects. So again, I do understand too, but again, I just wanted to make that comment that again, we do share this along with the 4-H program. And again, maybe in the near future, Dr. Pettis, senior staff can maybe consider having, maybe the welding programs go out there, maybe here and there, something that they can replace or they can't. But again, that would be at y'all's discretion.
So one thing that I do want to state, Mr. Garza, is that some of these structural issues that we're facing or seeing there at the ag farm, it's rusted through, and it's difficult to weld on rusted pipe. It's almost impossible to get a quality weld. Our ag farm, our ag teachers and our students have gone out there and made some repairs, but some of these issues that we're facing with the ag farm, they're beyond repair. And I think that's why we haven't been able to get any quotes from any of these contractors, specifically the contractor that actually built it for us back in the 80s. When they came and saw it, said, there's nothing we can do with this. It's to the point where we'd have to just rebuild it if we wanted to do something. I cannot rebuild and weld on rusted pipe. We got the same statement from our welders there at ag department. We got the same statement from our welders here in our maintenance department. It's one of those things that I don't know if we can actually repair that facility the way it currently is. But the question is, do we want to continue utilizing this current state? Because I think it's difficult to make any repairs to that current facility.
Is it too big? Is it too big capacity wise? Because it was just built back in the 90s. We were 3 times bigger.
And again, you're right, and I can answer that because I was in the FFA program. The FFA program was a lot bigger for whatever reasons, but you're correct. It was built because we had a way bigger.
So can you downscale the scope of work? And what do you, how many cow pens do you really need? How many hog pens do you really need? That makes it a smaller footprint.
Or maybe we have more tenants if it were safer and nicer to be in, people would want to rent it.
Typically, that ag farm was at capacity. We would use all the pins. And I think recently they're not completely all booked because of the fact that it's not in full functional, capacity.
And I realize other facilities, other organizations use it, but they're not here to pay the bill.
And as far as the non-critical price, it used to be that different people in the community were allowed to use it. I believe now it's only allowed for HM King or Kingsville ISD students.
So
I know in the past, there was the 4-H, that has not been for quite a few years now. 4-H is no longer using those pins. It's just for FFA high school students only.
and would it possibly be cheaper? I mean, they set up the livestock show every year at JK Northway using panels. A panel's a cheaper alternative than actual hard infrastructure. Set up the panels and when the season's over, put the panels in the storage shed and bring them back out next year. Because I've looked at pictures, you're gonna fix it. You're gonna build a new one or you're not gonna have one. It's one or the other.
And I also want to clarify that Coastal Bend College is not partnering with us right now for this year as well. So we don't have those welders.
I don't know why we can't get this. I mean, people post on Facebook, I need a contractor to put up a fence on my farm and 50 people say that, oh, I can do it for you. I'm a contractor. So there's gotta be a way to find a local contractor to at least maybe do it in pieces for us, have some of the students get an incentive for going down and volunteering to put it up. And I think there's ways around this that we can budget it piece by piece to get it done within a certain timeframe.
Yeah, today was really just to give you an awareness of what we're looking at when we go out there. Mr. Haddocky had shared with us several areas where they actually did some welding or they did some woodworking too. But all these other things really need to get done. I mean, I kind of wish we had the ag farm at Asian Kingston somewhere near, like right there. If we had some land for that area. But it is, I think, too big for us. And we're maintaining it. We're the ones that have to maintain it. And we don't have the manpower to do, or the money really, to do what needs to be done. But we just felt like we owed it to our ag students and teachers to let everybody know, we hear you, we understand that there are some limitations. And, with this, probably gonna make necessitate a master type plan.
True.
This is just like the very first piece of, let's see where we are, what do we have? And then maybe get a committee together to look to see, study it and see how we want it, what are next steps we can do.
We're October, the stock show ends in January. I think one of the problems we have too, though, is that don't we have kids that are showing year round? Leaving animals out there kind of year round.
Most, if they are showing a steer, those kids will show the steers all the way sometimes up to March. And then they get another steer right there in March and April, they start all over again. So some of these kids do use those facilities year round.
I personally think we're coming very close to saying this date, this is unsafe, we can't use this anymore.
And I think that's one of the decisions at the district will have to make at some point. Do we continue the facility the way it currently is, or do we stop it? Do we try to repair what we currently have, which, could be pretty costly? We can't even get a price on that based off the context we made. Or the other option is to look at obtaining architectural rendition, see what that cost would be if we did actually decide to make a new ag farm for the district. But that'd be a decision that the board and the superintendent have to make on moving forward on.
So that's not sophisticated construction. That's a tin roof, a foundation, some electrical outlets, and some tanks. We're not putting in plumbing or nothing other than just drainage.
I think the reason, Colonel Kratz, that we had trouble getting bids on that,
It's old.
because it's an old structure and it's hard to make a repair. I think when we asked someone to give us I think Franklin Welding built that structure back in the late eighties. I think they could give us a price if they rebuilt it on the same lot on the other side. But trying to repair that, most contractors, seeing the current state is in, it's not gonna be willing to put a bid in because it's easier just probably build from scratch and try to repair that.
And at the same time, take care of the drainage. By grading it before you ever put up the first hole in the ground.
Yeah, there may be some synergies with A&M Kingsville Ag Park.
Right, I mean, I think that you're right, thank you for bringing this to us, and you're correct, maybe we can put a chicken behind the house, maybe we can put a hog. Let's see what the city
Thank
does.
you.
Go ahead and move on to item 6, by communication of administration, item 6B, can be found on page 108, the Alpha Engineering Project by Computer Bits.
Yes, we were approached by Catenary VIC LLC to lease a strip of land 100 feet wide around the water tower and power station. They would pay us for that lease $10,000 a year for 15 years, and you see the optional extension there too. I have invited Jason Edwards from Catenary VIC LLC to do a short presentation to you tonight and answer any questions you might have.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Perez, Kingsville ISD staff. Thank you for meeting with me this evening. Again, my name is Jason Edwards. And what you have in front of you today is a proposal by my company, Catenary V, to install a battery storage system around the water tower, as Dr. Pitts described. Before I get into the battery system itself, I would like to go over who Catenary V is a little bit. On slide 2, a little bit about us. We are an energy company, primarily in renewable and sustainable energy, with over 100+ years of experience implementing renewable, sustainable, as well as oil and gas in our past backgrounds. What we'll be talking about today is a dedicated battery facility. And basically what that means is we are going to store energy, and we will put energy back onto the grid when that energy is necessary for the utility to utilize it. So we're working with about 20 different counties, municipalities rather, in 20 different counties around the state of Texas, including we're working with Arlington CISD at this point in time, deep in discussions with them on putting a similar facility on some acres that they own. Moving to the next slide. What you see here is an aerial map of the King High School land layout. A red dotted box surrounds the athletic fields that I'm sure everyone is familiar with. The track is to the north, the baseball field there to the right, and the Clayburgh 4A utility substation is seen there on the left-hand side of the red box. Basically, this is our area of interest. The next two slides I'm going to show you are a couple of potential configurations. Dr. Pitt spoke to one. He spoke to this one right here, which was a 100-foot strip of land kind of surrounding the substation itself. Our intent here was try to negate as much interference with any school activities as possible. The two bubbles you see there are coming off the shot put and discus ranges. Those two bubbles represent world records. Just to make sure if y'all have any superb athletes, we're not going to be in their way. Additionally, there's at least 100 feet from the outfield wall of the baseball field to where we would be sitting. The second layout just puts it more in a big block. Sorry. Just puts it more in a big block to where we could make it all in one area. The layout itself will take out about an acre. If you go to the next slide, the diagram on the right is more or less what we're talking about installing. It's not very large. At the end of the day, we'll need about an acre of land to install it. We'll need an additional acre to move around and have the ability to get trucks and cranes. Each of these batteries weighs roughly 50,000 pounds. We'll build cement foundations for each one. They'll go in place, and we will have 4 to 8 of these containers, depending on the setup that fits this substation the best. From a safety standpoint, each of these containers is roughly 5.5 feet by 30 feet by 8 feet. So just like you'd see a cargo container coming down the road or on the back of a ship going down the channel. So nothing too terribly different about it. We're going to fence in the area. No one will be allowed in or out other than category B personnel. We're going to have 24/7 monitoring on the facility along with telemetry. We'll be able to control everything from our home base, meaning 2 things. One, we need very limited interaction. You won't see many people going in and out. Once the facility is up and running, you may see somebody once a month just checking on things on the ground. The other thing is, if anything goes wrong, we know immediately. It pops up on our computers, and we have people monitoring everything 24/7. From a safety standpoint, these are electrochemical batteries. They're very, very similar to what you would find in a Tesla or any other EV at this point. We also install complex algorithms to make sure that if anything does go wrong, there are checks along the way on each of these batteries and the hookups so that nothing can go wrong with the whole system. It shuts itself down automatically. Additionally, we have built-in fire suppressant systems should on the off chance something go wrong where it catches on fire. So each of the containers contains its own fire suppressant system that immediately kicks in when it senses it. It's also liquid cooled for enhanced life and reliability. The next slide is just a cutaway of what the containers look like themselves. You'll notice there on the left, that's your liquid cooling system that would run throughout a refrigeration unit, if you will. Depending on the size of the batteries and the hours it takes to charge and discharge, kind of says how many batteries we'll have in place. In this diagram, you see base 2, 3, and 4 containing batteries. Base 5 and 6 are DC to DC converters, which are what dictate how quickly we charge and discharge. Depending on our discharge time, 7, 8, and 9 will either be more batteries or it could be another cooling. And just briefly, next slide. Just briefly, how things that we see beneficial all around both the community and the school. We believe that this demonstrates the school district's commitment to America's clean energy future. Batteries are an instrumental part in making sure that solar and wind participate in our energy. We're going to utilize land that's currently not being used by the district to produce revenue for the school district. We'll also give the ability to showcase new and future technology for students, teachers, and the community. From a community standpoint, we're helping the local utility provider regulate energy usage to avoid catastrophic events, such as what we saw in February. In this case, we'll be able to store 20 megawatt hours of power. Each house, on average per day, utilizes about 30 megawatt hours. So over a 24-hour period, if the power went out again, we'd be able to put about 600 homes back online per day.
Is this solar?
Is this solar power?
Is it solar? No, we're pulling energy off the grid and putting it back on the grid.
So let me ask you, why here?
Why here?
Yeah, why?
So what we've done is we've identified about 50 different substations throughout the state of Texas. And this is one that we found could benefit from the battery technology and working with the utility provider and just trying to level out energy usage.
Who owns that substation?
This one is, and I had that. No, it is not AEP, it is Oasis.
Oasis Electric?
Okay, so how's the energy get in?
It comes straight from the grid. So we're pulling energy off the
So when
grid.
there's excess energy on the grid, you pull it off and you store it.
Correct.
And then when
there's a need, we're pushing it back.
okay,
All
are
the
you buying
ability.
it off the grid when you store it?
Yes,
And then you're selling it back at a higher price.
correct.
And that's how
Well,
you make your money.
in certain periods of time.
Okay.
Certain periods of time, there are certain periods of time, we're just acting as a storage mechanism for Oasis themselves.
But it's necessary that you be by substation.
Yes.
Gotcha. That's why you don't go out to the middle of the country.
Yeah, I mean, it's much easier to tie in if we're right there.
Okay. You're right, help local utility guard regulate energy use to avoid catastrophic energy failure. So who's got first dibs on that electricity?
That is entirely up to the utility provider. We don't control that.
But I live a half a mile away and
I'm coming to your house.
and I would like to be first dibs on this, you know, I mean, it's.
So all we can do is produce,
Okay.
give the storage itself, and come to Oasis at that point to say, here's where it's needed.
So the local utility provider is Oasis, not us. Not AEP, not direct, who do you use, direct energy, something along those lines? I've got a lot of questions. I hate to sound so blunt, I like to kind of get to the point here, but this presentation to me is extremely limited. Some of the information here had me questioning a lot of things. I think if we were to consider this, you need to come back with a much better presentation than this. I went ahead and did my research. How long have you and your business, the Cattery, been in business?
Canada is a fairly new company. We formed it back in March, I believe.
Of this year?
Prior to that, I had a company, Katina Resources. Prior to that, Forge Energy. And we worked with a company, SER Capital, that has done this for a very long time ago.
And you said that you have over 100 years worth of doing this type of work, but I'm looking in the background here and you only do, well, I've only seen petroleum and I only am adding up 54 years of experience here. It says that you have an agent by the name of Hornberger, Fuller, Garza, and Cohen. That's your agent. Do they have a stakeholder in this business?
No.
Yeah. So
They're strictly an agent for our LLC.
how many, I mean, I've got a limit, I might take a whole hour of questions.
No, so that's what I'm gonna go ahead and,
Yeah.
Is this clean? I mean, you got any heavy metals in these battery receptacles that when?
Yeah, Kingsville tends to flood, so, you know, what if water gets into all this?
so, hold on, let me go ahead, Mr. Jason, again, I thank you so much. Again, the purpose of bringing outside energy project was a preliminary. I think the board, I think everybody does, again, I know everybody has great questions and there's no doubt that I'm sure you have all the answers that we're going to be looking for. But again, it was just to, there was something that had come up to Dr. Pitts and Dr. Pitts and myself, and we just wanted to put it out there again, and maybe in the future we could have a presentation if we do proceed that. But again, what I'm going to ask is again that maybe we can bring it up in a prior meeting if it does to go forward. But I'd really like for our legal team to kind of really dissect into this Cattery company of what's going on, because I know they have a lot of experience with a lot of these type of companies. Am I correct, Mr. Mackey, saying that?
Yes, Mr. President, that's correct.
We can get some questions from the board.
Sure, we do, yes, ma'am, we do.
We'll do one of that.
Both energy abatement, tax agreements, and so.
And we can definitely put a workshop like we spoke about.
Oh, yeah, because I've got a wonder list of questions.
Sound like a plan?
I'm happy to come back. I'm
No,
happy to-
absolutely.
I'll just tell me.
Yeah.
And I think it goes to a larger discussion about excess resources in the district and kind of a master plan of what we're looking at with some of our excess land.
And again, I said, I just wanted to bring it from the board and kind of an option out there. So, yes, ma'am.
Do you mind if I ask one or two more questions, just kind
I
of?
kind of really wait till we have a workshop. And we go from there, if you don't
That's
mind.
okay, that's fine.
Thank you again, sir.
Thank you.
Item 16, 2020 property value protest to be found on page 118. Dr. Pitt.
The property value protest is a result of the county property values being misaligned with the state comptroller property values. We collect tax revenue based on the county property values. We get revenue from the state based on revenue based on property values that are assessed by the comptroller. So there's a gap in the middle between those, and we unfortunately lose revenue every time that happens, up to about $2 million of revenue. So we have contracted with Lineberger to help bridge that gap, to help bring down the state property values so that we can get more revenue. So they are very close to completion for the 2020 property value study. Their current prediction there is close to $489,000. That will save us, that will gain us additional revenue. Or if you want to look at it the other way, instead of us losing $2 million in revenue, we're losing that much less in revenue from the state. Their fee for that is 10%, so 48,900 and change there. We did, when we were putting the budget together, we had an idea of how much this was going to give us additional revenue. So this was budgeted in there. It's not extra money that we weren't aware of. They're just getting close to the end of the process. There are some things that have not been budgeted yet that are still in the works. There's still a 2017 property value audit. That you can go back a few years after you have all the final values, they can protest a few, I believe it's up to 3 years back. We also have a 2019 property value audit in the works as well too. We don't have preliminary funding estimates on either of those. We are going to plan to do a 2021 property value study as well too. So again, the issue is that for the last 3 years, we have failed a property value study. The comptroller comes and appraises the values, the property values, and if it's within a margin of 5%, we pass the property value study, or the Clayburgh Appraisal District passes that property value study. We have failed the last 3 years. If we fail, I believe, one more year, then there's some type of warning, and eventually what's going to happen is if they don't get the values aligned, the state's going to come in and make some changes, change the chief appraiser, and so this is something that is going to be resolved one way or the other. But the problem is, in the meantime, we are losing revenue, and that's why we're contracting with Lineberger to get some of that revenue back. This time, I'll take any questions.
And again, we're just, again, Dr. Pitts and Dr. Pitts and myself put us on board, again, to kind of give the board an update of what was going on. Again, Lineberger, Gogan, and Blair, and then Sampson have been our tax guys for a while and done a really good job. Just wanted to bring it to the board, just kind of show where we're at. So again, thank you, Dr. Pitts. Anybody has any questions? Thank you, Dr. Pitts. We'll go ahead and move on to item 6D, and it'd be the ESSER 2 federal grant. It's gonna be found on page 120. I think Dr. said it well. Unless you want to stay there, Dr.
I think I have plenty of other
I
lives.
was gonna say,
Thank you, Mr. Garza, Board of Trustees. Before you should have your spreadsheet in regards to the ESER two grant. We are basically follow the same format that the ESER three funding that was provided to us back in the summer that we already applied for and have been awarded. We have provided additional monies to some of the areas that we felt were still lacking some support, financial support. But as Dr. Pitts stated earlier, or I think Mr. Garza, I'm not sure who stated it, we are looking at using some of these ESER two fundings to help offset some of the costs that we project we're going to lose due to reduced enrollment this year. So I'm open to any questions that you may have in regards to the proposed use of ESER two funds. Again, I think all but two of these are exact items that we are addressing in ESER three. The only thing that we added in there was CCMR, which is one of the district priorities to make sure our district does get CCMR standards, which are just going to help with our accountability. And the other was parent and family engagement. We did put some money in there to support our family engagement activities that we do here in the district to make sure that we are connected with our parents and bring them back to the district and get our kids enrolled in our educational system. So I'm open to any questions or any comments you may have about our ESER two proposed budget.
My only concern is that I don't see rolling stock.
Repeat that again, Colonel.
Rolling stock buses, and we haven't bought buses in forever. And Mr. Pitts and I talked about it very briefly this morning about priorities, but
that was brought up actually today at the superintendent's meeting. And it was kind of a little bit scary because some that had ordered buses, now there's a lot of justification they're having to do for those purchases on the federal side. And so when I was hearing all that, I was appreciative that we didn't take that route. Because at the time, the social distancing was required at 6 feet. And now there's not that CDC guideline. So they're having to tweak their justifications as to why they're using these monies for buses. So it may have been a blessing in disguise that we did not do that right now. I mean, I'm not saying it's gonna be a problem, but I know that that was a big concern at today's meeting.
they inevitably run out. They eventually wear out. And we bought one the whole time I've been on the board. It's, I think, showed me we had bought one at least 5 or 6 years.
We bought 2 buses in 2018, and we've done an analysis where we are with our bus fleet. Right now, we have 19 buses that are running. There's a 20th bus that we can get running. Right now, we only need 12 buses for routes, which leaves us 7 extra buses for our extracurricular activities that are running concurrently. So we have looked at district needs, and at this time, there are some other needs like HVAC and roofs and things that do trump our needs for buses right now.
Fair enough, Mr. Pitts. I just brought it up because I don't want you guys, I want you all to talk about me in 5 years. We've done been by buses for that over $1 million.
We're gonna
Never
get
talk
the,
about you.
yeah, we're gonna get the infamous bus 49 back.
Bus 49 back. Well, there goes the 11 million.
I'm telling you.
One of the questions earlier was in regards to where we budgeting or planning for the projected loss. If our attendance continues to grow, as we see some of those figures, and our attendance numbers are at the high number, a high rate, we may be able to realize some of this money, get it back and utilize it in some other areas. But, we can hope that our numbers continue to improve so that we can recapture some of those monies that we've allocated out of ESER to help support some of our day-to-day expenses.
Any other questions for Dr. Sandoval when it comes to the ESER 2 federal grant? It's found on page 120. If not, thank you, Dr. Sandoval. Go ahead, item number 16, the budget recap report, check registry, that we found on August 2021. You can find your board book on page 123, Dr. Peter Pitts.
Let me go over just a few of the top items, and then I will answer any questions. Our health insurance and electricity are always at the top. Number 3, Great South Texas Corporation, 28,000. That was a upgrade of our network, district-wide. This was part of the E-rate. So we only pay 15% of that. The total cost of the whole project for the network upgrade was close to $185,000. And that's the 15% that we pay to upgrade our network. You see a drafting table for CTE, and we purchased a freezer again for food service. I'll answer any other questions that you have on the rest of that check register.
I have a quick question. I don't know if this is just a typo or I just saw before I came here. Page 129.
Okay.
5 down, First National Bank Southwest. Refreshments, working lunches. Is that supposed to be a food place instead of a bank?
No, that was a food purchase. It was purchased through our credit card, and then so that's the reason why.
Dr. Pitts, on page 125,
Yes, sir.
we have one where it says remove the lockers from Memorial to Gillette.
Yes,
Is that multi builders? Is that who moved for us, or?
that's correct. So they took, uninstalled all the lockers from Memorial and installed them for Gillette for athletics.
Thank you.
I have a concern.
Yes, ma'am.
Instead of reviewing the entire document, I noticed that, we spend a lot of money on refreshments and working lunches.
I can answer that. For every department, or whether it's the principals, when we have a principals meeting, we usually call them in at 12 to make sure, because we're gonna, instead of keeping them all day and breaking for lunch, then we feed them. When we have our leadership meetings, depends on each department, and we bring in everyone, we'd rather do it during lunch instead of before or after, so that way they can take off, they can go. We're not sending anybody to really any trainings that's costing us. So most of that money also is coming from the superintendent's budget, and that's what I utilize mine on, so that way I can host the meetings. And every meeting has a agenda and sign-in sheet, and all information on that are sessions. So we'll have, you'll see the poster paper and all of us working on different things. And in fact, many of us actually share lunches, but it's a time for us to gather together and work and eat at the same time, kill two birds with one stone. Principals come in, we've fed the assistant principals as well, we've fed our ITCs. We can't pay them higher salaries, and that's one way we can, I guess, show our appreciation to them when they come over here and really put in the work.
One important thing to add is it is a continuation of the work. We're not just paying their meals and bringing them in to recognize that we are actually continuing the work, and it does help continue what we're doing so that we don't waste time in the district.
I've actually got one on page 125. Athletics travel students 2,192 in August. I didn't even know we were going to tournaments already, or where we were going on.
Was that the volleyball?
Yeah, I don't know.
I know volleyball went to.
San Antonio. Was San Antonio? I don't know.
Somewhere.
I didn't know they were traveling out yet.
I can text
Okay.
Coach Avila right now and ask him that one.
So this check register goes all the way through the end of August, and we did have volleyball and football at that time. Obviously, this is for volleyball.
This is the last check register for the last fiscal year.
That is correct.
Okay, so 2020,
20,
2021 is closed out now.
That is, yes, we are working on closing out the books. There's still, we have finished all the expenditures. There still are usually some that come in a little bit late for services that were performed before August 31. For instance, we get our electric bill in September, but any services that were performed after August 31st are in the new budget year.
Dr. Pitts, on page 129, just help me understand this real quick. We have refreshments, of course, but we also have First National Bank Southwest. What was that? Okay, I got you, thank you. And then we have another one right underneath, Red Zone Construction.
That is Pizza Parlor.
That's their name.
That's their name, unfortunately.
Really?
Yes, sir. We've.
Well, they're Brian, tell them what are you doing?
So what do we use a credit card for?
A credit card is used sometimes when a vendor does not take our purchase order, or when it is in the event of an emergency when we don't have the time to get a purchase order.
Any other questions for Dr. Pettis or Dr. Pitts when it comes to check coach? No further? Thank you again. All right, we want to item 7A, new business. Again, by common consent, the board agrees to consider as one action item. The following is to be found taken 131 through 139. Approval of tax report of August 2021, approval of financial report for August 2021, approval of investment report for August 2021.
I move that we approve as presented.
Motion is made by Mr. Brian Coupal that we accept again the common consent that has been approved. Then been said, is there a second? Lieutenant Colonel Kreitz. Any further discussion? Not proceed to vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Motion carries 6-0. Okay, we'll go ahead and move up. By requesting Mr. Thomas to go ahead and move up new business, we're going to go ahead and move up item 7H, correct, Mr. Thomas? The memorandum, correct?
Yeah,
Okay, we go ahead and move up the memorandum of understanding. Again, this is the item 7H, going all the way up to discussion and possible action regarding memorandum of understanding with Claver County for school resource officers. Again, this was actually found on your page 166. Now you should have a revised version in front of you that was presented. So I hope everybody, I don't know if anybody's had time to look at it. But again, this is the revised version of the memorandum of understanding between Kingsville Independent School District along with Claver County. Dr. Pettis.
The revised version, if you look at 4.2, which is on the second page, it states the KISD is solely responsible for one of the SRO's salary. And then the addendum, which is the next section, on number 6, students at Gillette. We say twice a month, but that's a minimum.
So we're responsible for one or two?
We're responsible for one and they will be responsible for one. This is what we're agreeing to, and we're gonna give it to our deputy, Garza, who's here for Sheriff Patrick. And we'll take it back to him to make sure that we're all agreeing to.
Advocates for one.
The contract term is from October the 1st to September the 30th. And again, this is an evergreen contract that renews unless within 30 days of the date of renewal that either party chooses to not renew.
That'll walk me through it. Let's 8 o'clock in the morning, kids come to school, or starters come to school. This, in my mind's eye, I kind of see this as like that. I'm thinking of this cops, these cars on the street, they drive around and move around. Is that what we're having at the high school? Is it similar to? be?
We have deputy here. We also have SRO Garcia right here. If you'd like to come and answer some questions for us. Thank you. We also have Dr. Alice Williams, our high school principal, and Mr. Max Segovia, our principal from Gillette as well. So we also have deputy right over here to the
Oh, yes.
podium, please.
Hello, my name is Deputy Garcia. I am currently a SRO at the HEC High School.
So I'll kind of start off again, Dr. President, take the last question. And I'll just kind of piggyback off what Carl said. Give us what a normal day looks like, and what's unfortunately sometimes there's not normal days, but what your job duties are, what you kind of gives an idea what happens.
Well, first off, our main priority is the safety of the students, of course. Usually what we'll be doing is ensuring the safety while they're changing classes. In between, there's so many students. The hallways, the stairways, they all get real cluttered. There are a lot of fights. I'm pretty sure we all have been aware of a lot more lately than usual. That's what the workers around will say, that it's been a lot worse than before. Also, we just check just to make sure no one's actually skipping class. We'll check the restrooms, and while we are checking the restrooms, we will find students with those vapes and stuff like that. So I think we're being proactive to an extent. As far as that, I mean, our presence alone, right, I think it does make a big difference. Students will come up to us if they don't feel right, and feel comfortable about something, you know what I mean? If you feel right in, or, whatever the case may be. Answer for that.
There's two of you on duty, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
I also, excuse me, I just want to add that before anything happens, these officers are specifically selected. And they're sent to a training. They're certified SROs, okay? So just not anybody can go in without having this training that's in different areas, about a week or something like that. So they're certified, and they're trained in special ways, different from like we've encountered people on the street, school, that's kind of its own domain. So we clearly understand, again, we deal with a lot, and and specifically myself, I monitor everything that takes place. They report to the lieutenant or myself, and we make ourselves ready available. So we need to understand that just not any cop can just go over there and be a security officer or SRO. Is specifically trained to deal with the different problems that these officers encounter on a daily basis.
Do you have an office?
Sir?
Do you have an office at H&P?
Yes, they're.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we
Do
do.
you have desks and computers and?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
How much of your day do you spend in that office?
That office, lately, very little.
You're up and around.
Oh, yes, sir,
Okay.
definitely.
Is there a reason why we have both the officers at the high school and not one at the high school and one at Gillette?
Well, I'm gonna just step in on this here, because again, Gillette has now been, it's been on the uprise, I guess, being noticed now. And because of the school size of the high school and the area covered, that's where most of the effort has been concentrated on, okay, a lot of the focus. And now that we're gonna try to do it, but we still focus on the main body over here. I know that there has been occurring problems with Gillette, but again, our main focus has been on the high school, because that's, what we understand now, that it was more problematic at the high school. But then again, now things have changed, and no telling how long this will last. Being Gillette, so we're gonna increase our patrol, our visual, everything possible that we can do. And understand though, we're not here to make any excuses for anybody, but we've been very short-staffed. We were down
you know, let's say 4 officers and, again, you know, we've had openings and for whatever reason, people don't want to work or whatever, our jail has been in the same situation. So we're gonna make it a point to focus in on Gillette periodically as much as possible. But again, you know, unless things really change, we try to keep it, because, you know, let's say an officer by himself in a high school, even though there may be other people, but it is quite, it's hard to, you know, you don't know who's gonna be on your side here at that point.
I guess, I'm thinking of it in order of magnitude. In the entire city of Kingsville, there's only 4 officers on patrol at any given time. For the entire city. But we've got 2 sheriffs at the high school. And it just seems to me from distribution of assets and overview and presence, would we want to consider maybe spreading them out a little bit, putting them at the 2 biggest campuses at least, where we do tend to have the most incidents. I only throw it out as a thought, as a suggestion, but it just seems like when you think of order of magnitude, joining the hips, I mean, having a partner there, that's great, but it's a luxury.
And that's something real quick, is during personnel, I was gonna kind of nose dive into some of, I mean, I'm not saying stop questions, but as far as where we think or where the, you know, some suggestions that we do have when it comes to the SROs where we think they're most needed and how to split time, we're obviously gonna kind of bring that up in the executive session, talk about personnel, because at the end of the day, if we do pass this MOU, one of these SROs is a district employee, so we have every right to, again, recommend and talk to our superintendent what we feel is in the best need, not only of our students, but again, our faculty and staff as well. But go ahead and keep on with the question.
How many students are currently at H.M. King and how many students are currently at Gillette as far as population?
H.M. King, Dr. Williams, 880.
Let's say 878.
878 and
597.
597. I wanted to add Colonel Price's question. We are in talks with Chief Torres with KPD on getting an officer to be at Gillette. So we have identified that need as well, and we're working toward it.
So let me ask this question real quick, and I don't know, because I know there's different, maybe some people have seen this. What can y'all do and what you can't do? As far as when it comes to, I mean, kiddos or whoever, I mean, what are your parameters? I know you said you all are in special and unique because of the training you all receive, because again, it's school stuff. But I mean, what can you arrest? I mean, again, I'm not saying we are, we get that clear. Everybody here, online and whoever, but I'm just saying, what can you do as far as?
Of course, if there is a criminal act committed, that's where we take, you know, our part, we do our sworn duty. As far as what we cannot do, since we are not employees of the district, we cannot enforce school policy.
But one can, if he does, am I correct to say that, Mr. Maddox?
Could you repeat that question?
He said we can have, they cannot, push through, enforce school policy. But if he or she was to be a school employee, they couldn't?
The officer's correct. They are there to uphold the criminal aspects of the law.
I want to make sure we're clear.
Is there a reason why the contract ends in September? Is there any way that we can get the contract to go throughout the whole school year while the kids are in school and then let out like on June to renew the contract, or does that seem too lengthy?
I think the county's fiscal
year, that's why I'm
around September to
So
September.
kind of for us, so we might be left out in the wind if they can't come up with an officer or two. That's.
And unfortunately, we have had that situation before we saw, board, if y'all remember prior, again, we did have that kind of, there was that lapse, so we had to kind of wait around. And this is again, just me suggesting, I would like to see, this is just my opinion, I'd like to see another SRO, just one by him or herself at Gillette only. If that's my deal, maybe we could magically find something, I'd like to see 1, 2, maybe at the high school and 1 at maybe at the middle school and however time you all decide and kind of start slowly transitioning and doing what we need to do. But That's something that I would, in the near future, or maybe even tonight, see that.
I just like to interject into that. Yes, I mean, it would really help. Again, there's other programs that we're gonna implement, that we're planning to do. And I think with, you know, the superintendent, we did discuss this briefly. So we're gonna make changes. I mean, we're gonna do things, we're gonna be more visible. Again, the Gillette issue, just as far as I understood, because, you know, we've been, most have been dealing with the pandemic and stuff in our jail. But, you know, we're really wanting to make a difference and really show that, you know, we can. But at times it does get scary because, you know, we are really thin at this point. We are hiring more personnel. But again, you know, we plan to do and add on and, you know, make things really happen. Participate, and just only thing we have is our lack of personnel at this point. But-
Right, and I think that's what we started talking to Chief Flood is also to see, because I know that Sheriff Kirkpatrick had said he was very short staffed with SROs, and we really would be interested in having somebody at least for this.
And I really do encourage, please, because it's for the safety of the children, you know, the kids, everybody. And we're really hoping that, they say there are these, you know, these guys are trained to take reports, and we'll take them. But we really need everybody else's part as far as somebody's, you know, gonna file charges. Because that right there alone makes a big difference. It does speak that, you know, no, you know, everybody's not gonna tolerate this nonsense taking place. And, you know, I mean, kids are gonna be out there, you know, thinking crazy, doing whatever, and then it's gonna make them think twice.
Exactly.
You see, so that right there is very, you know, I mean, and then you have to deal with parents that kind of, you know, just step in for their child or whatever, and that, my kid doesn't do that kind of stuff, and it does happen. So there's a lot of difference and a lot of things that we have to deal with. And again, because again, you know, we're all parents at one point or another. And it does become problematic when we fail not to follow through, only because of for whatever reason. And that's where we really want something, you know, if people are out there and they're being assaulting, or they're assaulting others, well, we need to, you know, take those reports and then act accordingly.
Any further questions, for Dr. Bettis and the, Cleveland County Sheriff's Department?
I think we need to think, yes, I understand the students, the risks, but I think we need to take care of our teachers and our administrators, principals, assistant principals, that have to go in because they are stretched pretty thin. They cannot be at one side of the high school trying to control something and something else is going on this other side or going on outside, okay? Our teachers are probably, I'm thinking, our teachers are coming in, our counselors are coming, wherever it is, trying to stop this fight. And we gotta protect them.
Definitely.
We gotta protect our administrators. Yes, our kids are important and we're taking care of that.
That's right, sir. And I hate to interrupt because I'm gonna tell you something. It hit personal, okay? And as I look at everybody straight in their eye right now, I see that and I really take it personal, but again, the ball has dropped somewhere. We go straight ahead. You know what we're gonna do? Because my wife was involved in when she was teaching in Bedford, and there was a stabbing, and then she was threatened to be stabbed. So I take that very personal, okay? But you see, we fall short because that incident that happened over there was washed away.
Yeah.
Because again, you know, somebody raised Cain. And come on, you know, like, in other words, we all have to teach people they have to be responsible for what they do.
Exactly.
And not just because of political reasons, no, that doesn't work for us.
And let's go one step in further. Growing up, Mr. Garza and I worked for an agency out of Corpus, and I was at a school in Corpus, and I won't say the name, and we dealt with these kids. And when you see something going on outside, my first response, hey, let's try to stop this. And when you get these group of kids around you, tidy, I mean, they form just a wedge that you can, that's a scary thing.
Yes.
And you know, and I'm a big guy. We have teachers and that aren't, you know, physically that big. And we're putting them at risk and we're gonna be responsible because we don't have enough of these patrolmen or these SROs in our thing. And then what's going on the outside? Is there vandalism in our vehicles? Okay, is that being reported? Are we following up on that? Things like that. So yes, I think it's something that we really need to look at.
Well, I'm just gonna add one more thing, because and then I'll be through, but I'm gonna tell you something, ladies and gentlemen, everywhere. Okay, I want you to be aware of this. Parents need to be part of that group too.
Absolutely.
Okay? And it's like, you gotta hold your kids accountable. I raised 3 sons, all right? And it wasn't easy. But, you know, my sons never got in trouble. Well, you know, kind of. Pretty trouble.
And you
You see, and because of, I was very hard, okay? And you need to, don't be surprised, somebody remembers me when, back in my day when I had hair down in my butt. And it's like, I worked undercover. And then I would point out, hey, those are the bad guys. They look at me like, really, you're the, you know, bad guy, whatever. But either way, parents need to step up and be responsible for their kids, okay? Not coming over here and creating a fuss and then, you know, cussing at these guys. I mean, I've had my fair share of that, but you know what? I mean, I'll do it again. This is what I'm saying, that we need to send a message to everybody else, you know, PTAs or whatever it is, whatever it's worth, we need to be able to go out and have those parents be in control of their kids. Then maybe by sending, you know, that message out that it won't be tolerated, you know.
And it's not gonna be, because like at one of the schools, there was a parent being very vulgar and using profanity. And we've already given them that warning letter that they're gonna be banned if that happens again, period.
I'm gonna tell you, I mean, I'm gonna get in trouble with the sheriff or whatever, you know what? That's what I'm saying, Brett, because again, look at the example that we're sending to everybody else. And then to say the child itself, okay, so that's the example they see.
Where does capturing kids' heart play into any of this? Like the program capturing kids' heart, how does that play a role in student behavior and?
Getting to know the students. I tried to mark that. Well, we're only in the, it's not that we have an increase, because from what I've heard before COVID, there was fights every day in the high school, from what I've heard. And it was told to me by several of the staff members. Now, we still have fights, but at least there's a few days in between where there aren't any. But there are some bizarre behaviors that we're noticing from COVID, for sure, for sure. These students have been in there confined for a year and a half, almost 2 years. I saw something today that said 7th graders, the last time they had a traditional school year, they were 4th graders. I mean, think about that. So we're dealing with some different behaviors, and capturing kids' hearts, yes, we're having to kind of remember. And when the kids come in, we're greeting them, and we need to remind ourselves that every single day we have to be doing something. But it's hard to measure prevention sometimes, you know, especially at this time with COVID. But I know our staff is trying their hardest as much as possible. But you're gonna have some outliers that, like today, and we're gonna have to press hard that they need to press charges, make the law, you know, stronger, I guess, give us some teeth.
That can only be the
What
strongest.
should they press the charge? You press the charge, or does it have to come from
Yeah, well, there has to be a complaint. In other words, there's a report done.
So if
And
you
and
see
there's
an
a
assault,
person that's been accused and there's been the victim. So we have to prove whether or not they, you know, if an assault was committed. And then, you know, of course, they have their rights in court, whatever takes place. So, yeah, I mean, it's not an easy process. In our group, okay, we have 3 CID people. They're right now swamped with all kinds of stuff, but the past and up to now. But if there's something that happens, and this is why I stay in the loop of everything, is that we'll take action right away. And we'll do it. But again, with the court system the way it is, and when people, you know, the pandemic, and
you know, we're really backed up in a lot of cases at this point. You know, but I assure you that if we do, we're gonna tackle that head on right then.
Thank you again, Chief Deputy, and then any other questions for the SROs?
Just real quick, because if I can, if I could, Dr. Pettis, address the principals, just a quick comment, what do y'all think? Dr. Williams, Mr. Segovia, what do you?
Trustee,
Yes.
yes, so I'm thinking my thought here. Could you please let the superintendent have an opportunity to answer that question?
Absolutely.
Or just staff?
No, I mean, I can.
No, all he's gotta do is ask if it's within to superintendent, she either say their name.
Is that correct?
I can say that having the presence of our resource officers on campus does make a difference. As you said a few minutes ago, we have 4 administrators, we have our counselors in the hallway, we have teachers, but we can't be everywhere. So having the resource officers walk around the building during passing periods, during class, during lunch, it does make a difference. And we don't want our faculty and staff getting injured. It has happened. So we feel safer, our kids feel safer, our faculty and staff feel safer, knowing that we do have resource officers on campus. So if a criminal act does take place, we don't have to call KPD, our officers are there. If there is an assault, the parents can press the charges, the officers can take the report, because what we normally do is KPD comes to the campus, we give them all the information, but they're there, our officers are there. Sometimes when the kids start fighting, they don't care who's around. It could be an administrator, it could be a resource officer, however, I noticed that when they step in, the kids do kind of settle down a little bit. So it makes a huge difference. So we are all for our officers being on campus.
Good evening. It'd be a huge benefit for our students, our staff, and I think it'd be a sense of relief for our parents, knowing that we have a SRO on campus. I don't know, at Gillette, we haven't had any incidents, fights within the last five days. We are not gonna tolerate it. We are following the student code of conduct and consequences are being issued, but it would be a huge plus if we had an SRO on campus. Thank you.
When we visited Gillette, Officer Faisalas went with us, and you could tell the students really appreciated seeing that you could tell they felt safer.
Is there a policy stating for each certain type of action a child has done to violate the student code of conduct? For a quick example, if you strike or assault an administrator and in schools I've been in the past, that's an automatic, you are no longer coming to the school, period. You know, you may try to enroll a year from now. Do we have those kind of policies, like if you strike a student, then that's an automatic 5-day suspension, you must do counseling before a recommendation coming back to the campus? There's some that will just send you straight to like a DAP or a program, and you're there for 6 months.
Who's next?
Yeah, Trustee Ramos, so the Texas Education Code actually lays out student repercussions for disciplinary action. And it actually states whether it's a permissible DAP placement or permissible expulsion versus mandatory. So the more elevated the action was, or the disciplinary action that responds to that, it also becomes elevated. So it really is a case-by-case basis, but there's absolutely levels of assault that end directly into expulsion.
Are we following that, or are we being? We're following the code of conduct. Each one of our, yeah.
And our student code of conduct is based directly on the education code's requirements for student action.
Now, we also have to follow student IEPs if they're special education students, so there are some things that, you know, may look like they're being handled differently, but that is because we're following the IEP.
All right, any other further questions when it comes to the memorandum of understanding?
I just want to say one more thing, sir. Okay, this is coming from my wife, and for the year, she's retired twice, and she teaches here at Santa Cruz. I think I can, like, right now, everybody's lawsuit crazy. Okay, they want to sue you, they want to do this, they want to do that. Let me tell you something, and we've had those situations before in many other ways as far as a law enforcement agency. Sometimes, guys, we all have to stand up, to these lawsuits, because again, everybody trails away. You want to, like lending somebody money and you'll never see them for a while. Well, the same thing, people don't know how to handle that. And some of these lawsuits are frivolous. They don't have any merit to it, but because they go and you have all these comments, attorneys and advertise on TV, that's wrong, okay? It's being taken way out of context. And again, we need to be able to formulate, because it's like everybody still envisions these pictures where you come out on YouTube or wherever the heck these things come out, where officers are slamming somebody on the ground, and then it's really taken out. Wrong photography, wrong video, whatever, and then all of a sudden now the officer, they have that fear. We really walk a fine line there, because again, some of these kids are they're living in weak, and some of them will probably take me. So this is what I'm just understanding, that teachers, and tell me if I'm wrong, that are afraid of doing the wrong thing, and then it's kind of like now, oh, well, I'm gonna sue you. That right there, we have to show that we have backbone to stand up to people like that, and that all of a sudden, well, okay, because a lot of the people, you have to do the right thing. And the right thing is kind of like, you got to cross that barrier, because if you're going to stand up for the right thing, and you don't, and then all of a sudden you start becoming wishy-washy, then that's when it bites everybody.
I do want to make it clear, when I went to HMK today, after they had those 3 fights, looking at all the other hundreds of students that are acting normal, you just remember that it is a handful, but that handful can really spoil the whole bunch, but it's not fair to all those other students who I saw with smiling faces and doing what they need to do. So I commend those other students.
The only question I have before we move on, if there's another further questions, is, Mr. Max, did you have a chance to look at the memorandum of understanding between Clever County and KISD, sir?
Yes, sir, I did.
Any issues?
No legal concerns, good to go.
You with the addendum presented?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
It mirrors what we have already.
Yes, sir.
All right, we got a great lengthy discussion. Thank each and every one of you all, and especially Clever County for coming up, speaking. Again, is there a motion again in regards to, I'm sorry? Mr. Garcia has made a motion to accept the memorandum of understanding with Clever County for school resource officers. Is there a second? Second by Mrs. Elizabeth Ramos. I'm sorry. Sorry, I apologize. Is there any further discussion?
I'd like to discuss this more in closed session.
Absolutely, Colonel. Again, like I said, mentioned, I do respect that, and we will. We talked about personnel issues when it comes to the one personnel, because again, if this does pass, turn a vote, we will have an employee. Again, it will be under Dr. Best, correct, Mr. Max?
That is correct. Colonel, are you recommending the board move this action item until post-executive session? Or are you just voicing your personnel concerns?
I have some questions about the memorandum of understanding content thereof, because we've left some things in the air as far as, where the officers will be placed.
Okay, we have a live motion on the table, so are you requesting we postpone that action until after executive? Would you like to move this item to after executive session? That's what I'd like to do. Mr. President, did you?
Well, I think what I'm not too sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you want to talk about the MOU and how we tell the SROs kind of like what their job used to be here and that side and that side.
I'll withdraw it.
He wants to talk about expectations, and
I'll withdraw it. Forget it. I'll withdraw it.
Colonel, again, you are one of.
No, that's okay. I'll withdraw it. This is things I'm sure Dr. Perez and the sheriff can work out offline beyond the scope of the MOU, so, okay, I'll withdraw.
I'm just wondering if it's the issue like they've had, the board said prior where we can't really tell them what to do as far as their job. It's
No, we
the
can
county
tell
that
them.
says what.
Mr. Garcia, as the primary movement of this of this live motion, do you mind retracting that and waiting until after executive session? Thanks, sir.
I don't know what we're at.
Mr. President.
Yeah, I mean,
So we're gonna go ahead and move to.
So the motion's been withdrawn.
You're on the motion?
Yes, sir. In order to move this item until post-executive session on the agenda. If the board wishes to convene an executive
I
session.
withdrew my concern, so you can go ahead with the motion as it was made. I just forget it, I didn't say.
And my only concern was that it was
I don't
leading
want
to
to.
personnel discussion, so I was trying to.
I'm sorry?
It was leading to personnel
Right,
discussion.
that's what I said.
I withdraw my objection, so go ahead.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
I'm not your third time.
I'm
Sure. Okay, thank you again. Can you have a motion in front of the board right now as you speak?
no, because it was just review it, right?
Let's start off.
What's the advice from council, do I still retract one?
Yeah, Mr. Garcia, if you just want to reinitiate your motion.
I think right now, then that we do accept the MOU. Sure.
The motion has been made by Mr. David Garcia. Again to accept the memorandum of understanding between KISD and Cleveland County, for school resource officer. Do I have a second? And second by Delma Salinas. Any other further discussion? Not proceed to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries 6-0. All right, go ahead and move back up. Go ahead and discussion the possible action regarding purchases over 25,000. This can be found on page 140 of your board book. Dr. Peter Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. Garza. This purchase is for school kit. You see the purpose, the description there for coaching of leaders, remote coaching, teacher training, high school English 1 through 4 teachers. This will be a purchase made out of ESSER 3 funding for $27,000. We'll take any questions.
I thought we weren't remote coaching anymore. Did you put an email out to that effect?
Right.
That is correct.
That's one of the things that the school kid is going to pay for.
You wanna
Coaching,
speak to that?
remote
It's-
coaching,
it's
We're not
Mr.
remote.
Wilson.
Hold on.
It's remote coaching.
coaching, that's not remote.
This is not remote conferencing, it's remote coaching. The organization offers 5 days of training, 2 on-site,
All right, thank you.
3 remote, and then it offers 2 days of leader coaching as well. So
Thank you for clarifying that.
you're welcome, sir.
Any other questions? You heard, again, the recommendation over purchase over 25,000. Dr. Butler.
I recommend.
Recommend again purchase over 20,000.
Administration recommends that the board of trustees approve the purchases over 25,000. I need to drink the Dr. Coke.
It's been a long 2 days for us.
So
And you heard again the recommendation by our administration, again to approve the purchase over 25,000, again, pulling out of the ESSER 3 funds. Again, is there a motion?
So moved.
Been made by Ms. Elizabeth Ramos,
I'll second.
and second by Ms. Delma Salinas. Any further discussion? Not proceed to vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Dr. Pitts. You're welcome. All right, item 7, discussion again, possible action regarding health benefits consultant. It's gonna be found on page 142 of your board book. Dr. Pitts.
The board approved Phil Esquivel Jr. and Associates last year as health benefits consultant. That was his first year. He started in October of 2020 and his current contract ends at the end of September 2020. We are recommending this contract be extended for next year. The fee would remain the same, $3,000 per month, total $36,000. Some of the things that we plan to be working on with our health benefits consultant this next year are monthly claim reviews, extending some of the partnerships that we have with some local providers so that we can have lower co-pays. Also looking at the co-pays for urgent care and for emergency room. Hopefully trying to get our employees to use urgent care instead of going to the hospital, which is a big cost to the district. And oftentimes has a long wait time for employees as well too. Looking at working on a partnership with Texas A&M to bring in a diabetes education program, medical assistance program, and working to tweak specialty drugs and to encourage vaccinations. At this time, I'll take any questions that the board might have.
This is just the arrangement we have with Mr. Escobar.
That is correct. So
This has nothing to do with the insurance policies.
that is correct.
or
He
what
is
it's
a
gonna look like for
consultant.
Next year.
Right, he is a consultant, and although he would work with us on putting together an RFP for 2023 in this contract year, it has nothing to do with that, with the actual selection of the insurance carrier, of the health insurance provider.
Meet 2022.
No,
2 years.
so that is the next item that's coming up that we're looking at, providing a health insurance for 2022.
Thank you for trying to be proactive in the next board.
Correct.
Any questions for Dr. Pinto, Dr. Pettit, when it comes to?
Mr. Escobar, here if anybody has questions.
Any questions? You do?
No, hey, go over here.
I do, Mr. Garza, if we could just, ask Mr. Escobar. Can I say that?
Yeah, me to ask them.
No, he'd be a vendor, so he is a regular, right, staff? Yeah, he's a little different, he's a
I mean, I don't wanna get a.
No, we got you. He's not important, but we got you.
Mr. Escobar, thank you for being here.
Yes, sir.
Just what exactly, I know that you're a consultant. Do you have everyday hands-on on the business of health when it comes to the district? Or are you, do they tell you everything that needs to be said?
They've given me everything I need to make the assumption. Certainly, I want more, you know, we all want more. And to get more involved, which we're gonna start doing, which I'm really, really excited about that, because just like you all are figuring out, you know, like where you've got your weaknesses with your math and your sciences, we're doing the same thing with the health insurance, you know, where you see a lot of people are using the ER instead of urgent care. A lot of things that could have been prevented using the South Texas, A&M South Texas Health ESU, it's free to us, free. All we gotta do is implement it. And what they'll do is they'll earmark all your diabetics, all your hypertension people who are the highest claims, you know, and they will see them once a quarter. And they will work with their doctors and they will give them all their medical supplies, their test strips, their glucometer, everything they need, they'll be able to give it to them. And they're gonna have one-on-one with a nurse, it's a nurse and a dietitian. And it's all here in Kingsville, and right now they're based at the basement of Claver County. The judge put them, everybody's moving them to the Exxon building. And last year, they weren't going face to face. This year, they're coming face to face. So to me, we're gonna be able to reduce claims by at least 15 to 20%. That's the average track that I've seen when we implement this. And so 20% of 3 million, that's a lot of money. That's $600,000 possibly that we could reduce claims by implementing these wellness programs, which are free to us. As the employer, no cost. It's just bringing it together and getting everyone to sit down for 8 hours and go through the course and all that good stuff. But with your new, with everyone, the way we're gonna work it all out, I'm pretty excited about it. I think it's gonna work out real good for us.
We've established a calendar of days when they're
Yeah.
gonna be getting together now, and then getting out into the campuses, especially teledoc, we're noticing they're not using it as much. And, people don't realize it's easy, it's free, but they wanna get their hands on it, but with COVID, it's been kind of a distance.
And that's another thing I'm excited about, is I'm gonna be able to go to the schools now and educate the teachers how to utilize their teledoc, urgent care, how the system works, what kind of plan we have, that it's self-funded, understand that if you don't take care of yourself now, that would cost us, okay, Castañeda, we got that $20 copay, he's ready to sign with us. He won't charge us no more than $150 for his visits. So we can use, and $20 copay, he's open 7 days a week. So we can use him as much as we can to lower our costs, but he's a gatekeeper from people going to the ER. But I want to commend y'all on number one for taking that step on getting our teachers vaccinated. That saved us a lot of money. Okay. Because I'm telling you right now, there's some groups that did not mandate vaccinations and they're 300,000 to 400,000 over in claims because you got someone on a ventilator for 15 days.
Yeah, well, we
So-
didn't mandate it, but we highly encourage it.
Well, I mean, but I know you didn't have to, I was there, and I saw it.
Yeah, these
And-
are clean, but
You didn't mandate, I know, but we brought it to them, and that's the main thing, is you brought
we
it
made
to
it easily accessible.
You made it easy for them.
So,
So
along that line.
it's an honor to be helping you. I want y'all to know.
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Perez, we did not mandate the shots, but in our insurance programs, we have assumed a risk for our unvaccinated employees.
That's correct.
It's a risk that vaccinated employees, they've done what they can do.
That's right.
An unvaccinated employee has not done what they can do. I put this in the same grounds of someone who smokes and someone who doesn't smoke.
Yes.
Smoker pays a higher.
And is that going to be part of the insurance plans that come before us this year for approval of a structured, vaccinated, unvaccinated? Because like you said, all it takes is one or two. And our insurance, we haven't raised rates in 4 years now,
We've done well.
in 4 years. And nobody else can say that, but all it takes is one whopper of a COVID case. And I'm for one, I'm no longer going to tolerate patients as a board member. That's not my money, that's their money. Well, some of it's KISD money, but the point is that gonna be in the insurance programs this year? And if not, why not?
Okay, hold on, let me stop,
That's a deep
hold on,
question.
and you're right. That's, and you're right, and
Yeah, you're
I
right.
understand where you're at. But, yeah, let's talk about the consultant, and we'll talk about the actual, but you're right.
Yeah.
Because we're getting there. 'cause
I'm with you, man. I hear what you're saying. We'll bring it
Hold on.
together.
First, we gotta pass this before anything happens.
Okay.
Again.
Let's give him the job.
I'm telling you, this board's aggressive today. Lori and Mr. Max did a great job. Great. But again, Dr. Price, go ahead.
Okay. Administration recommends that the Board of Trustees, oh, wait a minute,
Okay.
I'm jumping
You better
ahead
be
too.
Dr.
What am I
Pepper.
doing? I'm jumping ahead too.
You
Okay.
got Dr. Pepper.
Administration recommends the Board of Trustees approve Bill Esquivel Jr. and Associates as a health benefits consultant for Kingsville ISD for the period of October 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2022.
Again, again, thank you, Dr. Best. You're going to hear the recommendation of administration, again, to recommend board approve Phyllis Cadell Jr. and Associates for benefits for KISD for the period of October 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2022.
So made by Mr. Go with Mr. David Garcia, second by Mr. Brian Kufal. Any further discussion?
But for the record, I would like to abstain from voting because Bill is a relative, so.
Well, thank you so much for your honesty, and thank you again. Again, let the record show again that this gentleman says has abstained regarding personnel.
Here I go, you know.
Right.
I got it. You have a second, right?
We have a second, ready to go. No discussion, no discussion right now.
Okay, you know me, I have to go for this quite often. there any way that we can extend this contract to the end of the school year?
I think that we can actually bring it back up again when it comes back again, but I do.
Well, of course, but it's not.
Unless somebody wants to make a motion to amend it, but I'll say we stick with what we have on.
Okay, I'm just trying to save money.
Ma'am, I understand. and I
He might come back and say he wants, 10 grand a month.
No, I think, I'll go on the record, say Phil's a great guy, and he cares about this district, and he wants us to move forward. Any other further discussion? Again, there was a motion in front of the board, made by Mr. David Garcia, again, to accept the recommendation by administration to approve Phil Esquivel Jr. and Associates as the health benefits consultant for the upcoming October 1, 2021 through September 30, 2022, been seconded by Mr. Brian Krupa. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries by one staying 5-0.
Thank you. Hey, it's an honor to be working with you.
Thank you.
And the superintendent.
Okay. Action move on item, next item will be discussion and possible action regarding 2022 health insurance provider renewal. Again, with Edmonds to be found on page 159, Dr. Peter Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. Garson. Our current contract with Aetna ends December 31st, 2021. We are proposing renewing the contract for another year for 2022. Then going out for an RFP in May for 2023. We will bring the RFP to the board for approval in May, post it in June. That would give us plenty of time to compare health insurance providers and benefits as well at that time to make sure we, again, choose the best value for the district. This is a process that we did last year. It's a fairly intensive process and takes a lot of time. Currently, with our providers, we're satisfied with the service that is being performed, and we are working with our health benefits consultant to tweak it to save more money with the network and with the local providers. The total cost is less than the cost that it was for last year. The reason why is the administration fees are less because we're gonna have less employees. It's a per employee per month. It's the same rate, but it is less employees now, and stop loss is also per employee per month. I will take any questions that the board has.
And just to clarify, we're going for RFP in May 2022, right?
For the
For the-
2023,
when this one ends to start, yes.
correct.
Where's our current policy?
Our current policy ends at the end of this year, December 31st, 2021.
2021. So from January of 2022.
We would stay with this one.
1 year.
If we recommend it. Yes, and then in May, we start going for RFP for the
The
next
following
year.
year.
2023.
Right.
So my little soapbox doesn't mean anything because we won't be doing any insurance adjustments at all.
Now, Mr. Esquivel had talked to us about negotiating some things with them to help us. So would that be, Mr. Esquivel, at a time where you'd be able to, kind of what he was suggesting?
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna try and lower their fixed costs, and I'm gonna get them to try and lower their fixed rates. That's the bottom
Policy
line.
expires in December, right?
I'm sorry?
I said, our insurance policies for all our plans would expire in December.
Yes, sir.
Which means in January, there has to be a
That's right.
policy.
January.
Does this mean that we're just gonna keep what we got? We're just gonna carry it over?
Yes, sir.
And it's not. you
But what
can't-
I'm gonna work on renewal is, in order for us to renew with them, is that they negotiate a rate with us and lower the cost on the fixed cost.
What is our number of employees that are? Go to vaccinator.
We currently have 463 employees.
No,
How many?
He's asking about
463.
vaccinated.
How many are vaccinated? Is that allowed to be?
I don't think we can talk.
Okay, yeah, we wouldn't know anyway.
4, 7, 8.
They don't have to tell us. We can just say how many we got.
If you think I'm off base, board, tell me I'm off base, but we are incurring risk unnecessarily. And the reason why we are in the position that we are in, fortunately, is we've been lucky and we have tried to defer risk and mitigate risk. And we got through COVID, lucky. The game's gonna come up. And it is not an issue of the masses, it's an issue of a very small minority. And I think that, but as I understand it, although we're self-regulated or self-insured, we can't be self-regulated. I mean, we can't just create this and say, this is what we're going to do. There are insurance regulations that we have to fall under. So this is going to be a legal issue that we can jump up and down the street and say, we want this all day long, but it may be prohibited from this for happening. So I think it's something that needs to be researched by our consultant and needs to be looked into. And I agree with you. I'm all for saving money where we can. But personally, I think it's just a bunch of hanging right now until we find out whether it even can be done.
If our coverage is until December 31st,
Correct.
do we have to sign this today?
No. Well,
Or can we give opportunity to Mr. Esquivel to say, hey, exactly what Mr. Krebs is
But
talking about?
here's the deal. We're choosing the company is what we're fixing to choose. And if we are to make changes to this, there's a re-enrollment period, right?
Yes,
It's got to happen in the first.
We're planning to start enrollment in early October, but these issues can be negotiated.
I mean, your timeline's correct in that this needs to start in May. We did it this year, but we did it very, very thoroughly last year. And so that's kind of where we're headed. And I don't think anything we're doing tonight prevents Phil from trying to get us a better situation, a better rate. But we've got to be very careful when it comes to health issues and not really a pre-existing condition and personal choices and those things. There's some areas that we can move in and there's some that we can't. And I'm comfortable allowing our paid consultant to work this out with Edna.
And I would just, if you don't mind, just, pass it, this is what I'm saying, if you give me an opportunity, give me the leverage, you're giving me leverage tonight. If, you say, based on the final opinion, or based on our final numbers, we'll go with Aetna, but we don't want them to, it would be nice that they know, they would love saying, hey, they approved this tonight and we don't have to give them no concessions, you know what I mean?
Question of that. We're happy with that.
Versus, you see where I'm coming, and so if you could just, conditionally pass it, but give me the opportunity to negotiate rates with them on lowering their fixed costs. That would really help in their pharmaceutical fixed costs, that would help me out to give us some leverage on them to say, hey, we're not completely in yet, you know what I mean? So it would make them at least take a step back and say, if we want to keep this group, we're gonna have to work with Esquivel because he's pushing us harder, you know?
Surely somebody said, I'm not assuming the risk for the those who aren't going to get a shot. Surely someone has said, I'm not. You get governors and schools saying, you gotta do it if you're a state employee.
Right.
Colonel Craig, I think within the next 2 years or so, you're gonna see, wouldn't say mandates, but you might see a difference in the children having to have the vaccine before they come, you have to have vaccines before you come to school.
We're
or
not
come-
children, this, we're talking.
Employees, correct, but I think you might see a difference here with COVID. It moving towards employees must have certain vaccines as well, just like nurses have to have vaccines to do their job. I think we're moving in healthcare in a different direction. I think there may be laws that could possibly come into play, which would change this whole insurance thing.
Yeah, but all I'm worried about is the insurance for the coming year, and what we're gonna put out to our employees. And I've done all the right things, I've got my shot, I wear my mask, I wash my hands, and you don't. Who's the bigger risk to the district? Not me. And you should have to pay for that bigger risk in the forms of premiums. And if people object to that and think that I'm being callous and hard, too bad. Because the majority shouldn't be paying the freight for the minority when the minority is the one that's choosing the actions that they're taking. So I would like to see that is that possible? Just ask, is it possible?
Mr. Maddox?
And if it's not fair, what's not fair is raising my rates because somebody else decides they want, that their individual freedom is more important than the public health.
And I think we're seeing that in our hospitals today. Our hospitals that are full are not because the people that are vaccinated aren't the ones in there. They're not in there. It's the ones who are not vaccinated that are taking up the room.
It's a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
Mr. Max.
Yes, the Board of Trustees, so there's a couple of issues being discussed right now. The first one is, what you have in front of you is for continuity of current services. So this is an agreement you've already entered into, it's already been procured, and it's simply renewing. So it's the same terms, the same agreement being renewed. Now, there might be some flexibility in that for your consultant to negotiate, but this is not accepting a new term of service, it's a continuing term of service in order to have continuity of services until we can get to an RFP to procure potentially new services. So that's what we're trying to do here. And in Trustee Kreitz, to your point, that's whether or not we essentially penalize or increase rates on those that are unvaccinated. That's not a decision that can be made at the local level tonight. And the reason why I say that is because we're talking about federal insurance code and regulations. We're talking about state insurance code regulations. We're talking about the fact that we are public employees and therefore we have constitutional issues to deal with. It's a segue of more than a handful of major bodies of law. And then on top of that, once all that gets figured out, that the insurance companies themselves have to work out internally their options to cover that or to not cover that. And it simply hasn't been done yet.
Way more than it's
It's very necessary. All those bodies of law are going to be involved, and it's not something that this board can make a decision on tonight.
And one thing, we're always thinking about our employees. We talked about that earlier with our teachers, counselors. Last year when we came on, one of the biggest thing on the table was insurance to get it done. And that put a lot of stress on our staff. So I can see that's a good explanation there, Mr. Maddox. Thank you for sharing that, and I'm okay with it. Yeah, I still think that Mr. Esquivel still needs the opportunity to try to say, hey, that's just.
Again, thank you so much. Great. Thank you, discussion. Again, thank you, board, so legal and consultant. Again, Dr. Betts.
Okay, administration recommends that the Board of Trustees approve Aetna as the 2022 health insurance provider.
You heard the recommendation again by administration. Going to recommend the approval of Aetna as the 2022 health insurance provider. Is there a motion? So moved. Made by Mr. Brian Kufal. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Elizabeth Ramos. Any further discussion? If not, proceed to vote again. There was a motion made by Mr. Brian Kufal, again, to accept the recommendation by administration to accept the approval of Aetna as the 2022 health insurance provider, second by Ms. Elizabeth Ramos. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. Next item of business, discussion of possible action regarding resolution of employee compensation and premium paid periods paid during periods of closure and non-work days. This can be found on page 160. Dr. Peter Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. Garza. The district was closed recently on September the 13th due to inclement weather and an impending major storm system. In order for the district to pay employees when the district is closed, a resolution needs to be passed by the board. Our last resolution expired June the 5th. We are proposing extending the expired resolution all the way through the end of this year, June 3rd, 2022. What this would do is it would allow us to continue paying employees when the district shut down, either for COVID or for inclement weather or any local emergency. And again, we're asking that it be extended to the end of the school year. That represents the last day of school for this school year. And if if approved, we would need to read the resolution. Correct, Mr. Mannix?
You are correct.
You are correct. You can make me do it if you want to.
All right, I'll let you do it this time.
I was gonna ask you. But again, you heard, again, thank you, Dr. Pitts, again, you heard the presentation, again, Dr. Pitts. We've got to have a motion before, and if it doesn't pass or if it doesn't.
All right.
Correct, Mr. Maddox?
We can do that, will you, sir?
All right. Administration recommends the Board of Trustees approve the resolution regarding employee compensation during periods of emergency closure and non-work days due to COVID-19, inclement weather, and other local emergencies.
And thank you again, you heard the recommendation by administration, is there a motion? So moved by Mr. David Garcia, is there a second?
I'll second.
Is that you, Ms. Ramos? Thank you, ma'am. Okay, the motion has been made again by Mr. David, is there any discussion? Okay, the motion is made by Mr. David Garcia again to accept the recommendation by superintendent in regards to the resolution regarding employee compensation during periods of emergency closure and non-work days due to COVID-19, inclement weather, and other local emergencies. Again, this would go into effect if passed, would be going into effect on September 28th, will be approved tonight, and go all the way to June 30th, 2022. It was seconded by Mrs. Elizabeth Ramos. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. President, we need that reading.
Yes, sir, I'm gonna do that. Who's reading? Is it Dr. Pitts reading or are you reading? What? Want to flip a coin? Let me flip
Go
this
ahead,
up.
Mr. Mannix.
Just get out of jail card for you.
No, the slow read or the speed read? Resolution of the Kingsville Independent School District Board of Trustees regarding employee compensation during periods of school closure and granting the superintendent certain authority related to employee duties, days, and compensation. Whereas state and local officials have determined that a state of emergency exists in Texas due to the public health risks posed by COVID-19, inclement weather, or other local emergencies. And whereas the recent COVID-19 outbreak and inclement weather has resulted in a closure of schools statewide and is reasonably anticipated to interfere with the regular operation of schools of the Kingsville Independent School District in the coming weeks and months. And whereas Kingsville Independent District administrators continue to respond on a daily basis to new recommendations and guidance related to public health and safety from national and state educational and public health officials during the rapidly developing situation. And whereas Kingsville Independent School District may be required to close its schools from time to time to protect health and safety, and the Board of Trustees finds that a public purpose exists for compensating Kingsville Independent School District employees for lost work during periods of school closures due to COVID-19 outbreak, inclement weather, or other local emergencies. And whereas the superintendent of schools requires the authority to modify the school calendar and employee work and duty days necessary to respond to the educational needs of the students during the rapidly changing circumstances posed by these local emergencies. And whereas this resolution is not meant to exercise the failure to report to excuse the failure to report to duty on these days by any employee who was instructed by the administration to do so, or who were required by contract or job description to report to duty, and who are emergency services personnel or whose presence is necessary to provide for the safety and well-being of the general public. And whereas Kingsville Independent School District Board Policy DEA Local includes provisions for paid employees who are prevented from working during the emergency closure. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Kingsville Independent School District Board of Trustees that, one, all the above recitals are adopted as findings of fact and are incorporated into and made part of this resolution for all purposes. Two, the superintendent of schools is granted authority to alter the school calendar as necessary to accommodate the instructional needs of students, public health and safety recommendations from state and local public health officials, and the facilities needs of the district. Three, the board determines that pursuant to the work calendar developed by the district superintendent of schools, regular work days missed due to school closing during this COVID-19 outbreak and whether or other local emergencies may or potentially may not be made up by Kingsville Independent School District employees through either additional days of instruction of students or performance or other essential duties. To the extent that Kingsville Independent School District schools are closed by administrative or board action, and such closures result in loss of paid employees, the district are prevented from working due to school closures. Employees will be paid in accordance with each employee's regular pay rate, but the employee's regular duty schedule, which falls within the period of school closure for which the superintendent has instructed the employee to refrain from coming to work. Number five, the board finds that payment to employees for lost work days is necessary for the conduct of public schools insomuch as such payment allows Kingsville Independent School District to retain critical staff during a period of public health emergency retain key employees necessary for reopening school, prepare for resuming school operations after school closure, and to deliver instructions to students of the district using alternate methodologies may as be required, as may be required. Number six, the board further finds that a public purpose is served by making such payments and authorizes the superintendent of schools to implement a work schedule that includes paid leave to the school closure. Number seven, the board further authorizes the superintendent of schools the discretion to designate an additional paid duty schedule that permits the payment of additional wages to non-exempt employees who are required to work during the emergency closure in accordance with board policy DEA local. Number eight, this resolution extends the expired resolution to June 3rd, 2022.
Mr. Max, I really want to thank you so much. There you go. Next time we'll get somebody else. Thank you again. Thank you again. That'll get signed again, by myself, Mr. Garcia. Thank you again. Next, we move on to item 7F, discussion and possible action regarding KISD master requirements can be found on page 163 of your board book. Dr. Pettis. I'm sorry, Dr. Pettis.
Yes, we currently have a mask requirement for the district for 45 days from August 23rd. This would expire near the end of the first week of October unless the board were to take further action moving forward. We are requesting that the board review this requirement and possibly take action.
When is the official day again? Then it expires again? October.
Is it
October 5th,
It was October 5th, right?
I think. If
Mr.
you're
Max,
counting-
we're counting calendar days, I know Mr. Max said that.
I don't have it in my book here. I can calculate it down very quickly.
From 8/23 to 9/23 would be 31 days. So you had 14 throughout. When did we do it? 20?
20.
There would be 7 more, would take us to 38. We need 7 more. I think it's October 7th.
7th?
Is that a weekend?
That's a Thursday, that's my birthday.
Okay. Happy birthday, bro. I have a lunch in month. Okay, and you heard the recommendation again, or actually the administration talking about again for the board of trustees again to review, since this is coming up again before the next board meeting. So again, I'll entertain any type of discussion or anything. But again, keep in mind whatever action is taken tonight by this board, it will not go into effect till October the 8th, correct? Mr. Max?
Yes, Mr. President, sorry.
But we've got the ability to completely rescind
True.
that tonight if we should.
You are correct, yes, sir, Mr. Duflo. What I can say, I'll go ahead and start the discussion. I think we've done a great job across the board as a district, as far as keeping social distancing, wearing masks, washing hands, like I said, with the district-wide, parents complying, and again, us as board members and administrators by setting examples. Again, I am a parent before I'm anything else. And unfortunately, I have one that falls under the age group when it comes to vaccines. And that's one of the things that kind of has me back and forth of how and what we're going to do to try to protect our babies. Now, again, this can all maybe be resolved before the 31st, come if the CDC or whomever. I'm not in their crystal ball, but you know, they could resolve it and start having the new vaccine mandates for these kids. Again, if you want to, if you don't, because again, it's your choice. But again, what I can say is I will always do what I feel is right and to protect our kids, our students, and our staff and faculty. And if it, you know, I'll leave it at that. If anybody wants to chime in.
Dr. Perez, I think you put an email out maybe a week, 10 days ago, basically lauding the fact that the numbers are low, especially in the elementary levels.
Yes.
And the thing we're doing differently than a lot of other people, we're wearing face shields and we're wearing masks. And just as I want all of our employees to get vaccines, I want all of our kids protected to the maximum extent possible. So they can wear masks till the cows come home, as far as I'm concerned.
Any other discussion?
Well, I hear rumor of vaccines available for children, 11 and younger to be available at least by the end of October. What happens then when that becomes available? Are we gonna do away with masking, or is it gonna be all year thing that the board wants to do? My main concern is, I know we got a letter from the Texas Attorney General. Where do we stand in that communication there, and what?
Yeah, Board, I would advise we take that into executive session for legal advice.
As far as the legal standpoint, yes.
Yeah, my concern, I voted no last time. I was just hoping that people would just show up with their masks on. I just don't want to break the law. That's one of my concerns. So I don't know what's gonna happen. Are they gonna stop giving us state funds, or, what's the repercussions of having a mask mandate?
I'm not going illegal and I'll say something.
No, I have to advise that we take that conversation into executive session. Preserve confidentiality.
But again, I think I can speak on if there is something, I wouldn't see a problem calling a meeting or something to bring this back up if it doesn't. If the FDA or the CDC decides that they're gonna have vaccinations again, I just wanted to bring this before the time of the next board meeting, because again, this will expire on the 7th. But again, I just wanted to bring it up prior to that, since there's not a board meeting.
It's got everybody trained to learn that.
To me, the tough part about this is when we put this into effect, I think I expressed before that I've got a real problem going against the governor's rule of law. I do. However, we were confronted by local health officials who explained to us this was in our best interest. And I truly believe that the numbers that we reflect in the letters that go out show that we did a good job. I don't think we're in as critical a condition on a county-wide basis as we were 30 days ago. I'm in favor of taking no action and allowing the to expire on its own.
That would be a motion.
I don't think I can make a motion to take no action.
No, just either.
So then I'll make a motion to carry on the mask mandate.
Okay. The motion has been made, again, by Lieutenant Colonel Kreitz to continue the mask mandate for.
If we get the fine, I'll pay the fine.
But I think you need to.
Give me a day, 30 days, 45 days. I don't mind having the monkey on my back, brother. You made the motion, I'll second you. Maybe. November 1st?
November, I don't know what that is.
Getting motion has been made by Lieutenant Colonel Kreitz again to continue the mask mandate till November 1st, 2021 and 2022. Is there a second? Is there a second? I'll go ahead and second it, William. Again, any further discussion?
I feel more comfortable if we spoke to legal about this before I sway yea or nay, so.
Trustee Ramos, is that a recommendation to move this item until post-executive session?
I would love to make that.
I will withdraw.
So we'll go ahead and withdraw. We'll go ahead and speak about it when it comes to.
Any other objection from the board member on moving this item until post-executive?
Not for me.
Thank you. So let the record show that we will actually talk about this in the executive session with legal counsel and to all the different parameters, and we'll come back and make a decision either way. Thank you. In item 7G, discussion of possible action regarding resolution of COVID-19 lead during pandemic. We found page 164, to your board book, Dr. Peter Fitz.
Thank you, Mr. Garza. On August the 24th, the board approved additional COVID leave for our employees until September the 30th. The reason for that September 30th date is that's the date that the provisions of the American Rescue Plan expire. So in the public sector, they are required to grant additional leave until that date, September the 30th. There is no requirement after that date, and again, we're not required right now to offer that, but the board chose on August the 24th to provide additional COVID leave. So what that means is that if any employee is out right now because they have had a positive test, or a member in their immediate household they're living with has had a positive test, that they don't have to take their own leave, that they have additional COVID days. That is currently set to expire September the 30th. I have spoken with Human Resources, and you have seen that the number of cases of employees are down. We are asking the board to review currently the COVID leave that is about to expire September the 30th and take possible action at this time.
So when we do have somebody that has tested positive prior, we were very adamant about making sure that they came with a true test. Is that happening?
Yes.
Because I know that was the biggest thing, because unfortunately, we had a lot of people that would just go to Walgreens, and not picking on Walgreens or CVS or HEB, but getting these tests and kind of, okay, yeah, I'm here it is. I just want to make sure that we were, that when they do come, the employees, if they're coming with a true, either an antigen test or a PCR test from a bona fide, legit provider.
I would be interested in knowing over the course of the last year, how many, how often, and how many. And by that, I mean, you took the days because you were either exposed or a member of your family was exposed. Okay. And then, was that it? Was it a one-time thing, a one-off, or did it happen again? And then again after that? And then the second question I would ask is, are you vaccinated? You got it.
Yes, I am vaccinated.
No, no. If it happens, stuff happens, you do everything right, it's still be exposed. That's fine. But again, have you done your part? Because if you're gonna come here and say, give me extra leave, I've been exposed, and you haven't done your part, I don't care. I don't care. Use your leave.
You're right, Colonel, and I agree with you, but at the end of the day, it's hard to police that and sit there and say that you're talented and I got, do your part, that's the hard part.
Do your part first, and then come help me, ask me for help. You clean up your own dog crap in your yard, don't ask me to come clean up the dog crap in your yard for you.
How many days?
What's the amount of time?
How many days at a time? Well, right now we are quarantining individuals with a positive test for 7 days if they've been vaccinated, or 10 days if they have not been vaccinated. And the same thing with if they are living with a family member that has a positive test as well. So it's between 7 or 10 days from the date of the positive test.
Want to pay for 7 days and no more?
No, I don't care, Liz, you can have it 5 times if you got vaccinated and your husband brings it home, or your kid brings it home, or, whatever. It's just, sometimes you have to force people to be personally responsible.
He's trying to prevent, am I correct, Colonel, saying that? You're trying to prevent and people take ownership.
Take ownership, and then by you taking ownership, maybe we'll have lower insurance rates, and maybe.
Yeah, I have a healthcare background, and this is where it poses an issue. Board members and superintendents and principals don't go around and say, put that Coke down because you're gonna get, diabetes or, a heart attack or a stroke when you're 30 years old. You can't just pick and choose ailments to go after.
At this point, we know how to take the best precautions for all of us, and I'm kind of in your, it doesn't differ a whole lot from the flu anymore in terms of the ability to prevent or not prevent. It's a tough one.
We brought this to the board in August because there were more cases with employees district-wide at that time. Again, the cases, as you see by the daily reports, especially with employees, are significantly down, practically very close to zero. The reason, again, for the September 30th date is because that's the guidance that we were having, and it expires for everybody else on September 30th. So there's no guidance right now for extending it past the 30th. If we do it, it would be on our own. The board would have to pass a resolution that is attached if we decided to extend it further.
I'm not saying don't do it, I support it. But only if you've done your part.
But you can't, that's the hard part. You're right.
It's just very difficult to time consuming.
And the flip side is, suppose we do get another spike, and if we're not paying people, they're coming to work sick. And, supposing, so it's tough, there's no.
Don't you get tired of being held hostage?
Yes.
By the non-conformists?
Get my mohawk on over here.
You're correct.
I'm tired of them.
So again, you heard again the recommendation by administration. Is there a motion?
We don't have a recommendation one way or the other.
Oh, okay, put them on. Okay, well, no problem. No problem, they don't be, that's what we're here for. Make those tough decisions, people like and don't like. Am I correct, Colonel? I'm with you. I'll stand with you, my friend. So again, we've had a great discussion prior to this. We did have one, and we did have a resolution prior to this. Can I say that, Dr. Fritz?
That is correct.
All we're trying to do is extend it. Correct, Mr. Maddox?
That is correct.
Okay. So if anybody here would like to make a motion? And if not,
I just want to verify the dates. Can we verify the dates out loud for this? It's from August 25th to September 30th.
Yes, those were the dates that the resolution was passed for.
that was the initial one, Charles, and then we brought it back up, remember, in September. And then the new one that we passed in September expires Thursday.
So are we doing one for the future, or is this retroactive?
It's gonna be starting October 1.
It would be starting October 1 if we
If
were
we do.
to extend it.
So, and we can,
The extension's not on here. It only says for dates August 25th to September 30th. It's not.
That's correct. We didn't have,
they're putting the monkey on our back. Remember, he still did that.
we would put the language for whatever date we would decide to extend it to if that is the board's decision.
So I'm gonna like some send stuff around here. So can I go ahead and make a motion?
You're at where you need to do.
I'd like to make an motion to adopt as presented, extending, allowing paid leave beginning August 25th to October 31st, 2021.
So you'd be doing it for 1 month.
Well,
No, we've already had the 1 month. It'd be 1 month, because remember, so I think what you're.
beginning of October, so we're all the way through September. And it's also
Right, this first started in August. It was gonna expire in September. That's when we brought it before the board in August, and we extended it for 1 month. Correct, Dr. Pitts?
We didn't, leave had originally expired in June. We didn't have leave over the summer. But we started to have more cases as we approached school, so we brought it to the board, and at that time, we passed it from August 25th to September the 30th.
We're only approving something that happened in the past. We're not approving.
Yeah, right, no, we've already had this existing.
Right.
So going forward, that's what they're asking. Do you wanna go forward from a,
You want to
do
extend
you
it?
wanna extend it or you don't wanna extend it?
I would like to say.
Then you make the motion. You're on the right track. What you're saying.
Did I say that correctly? It's the end of October, and I guess if we want to, well, I think we can go further.
You mentioned it for 1 month. That's what I was asking. Is that what you want?
Oh.
No, you
In
do.
my head, I got
It
you.
was a long day yesterday.
Well, then knowing that, I would extend it to the end of November, which has how many days? 30. to the end of November, and then I guess we can bring it back sometime in that month. We have one meeting in November, right?
You're correct. So you're asking your motion right now before we got it right. Would be to extend the resolution that we have presently going, starting October 1, 2021, would be ending November 30th, 2021. Am I correct, Mr. Ramos, in saying that? If what, I'll make sure it's our motion.
I want to say yes, but then again, I'm wondering since there's, if that's a like, would that be difficult to bring back on November?
We can do anything.
Or would it be better to do it in December? Short month, so, okay, I'd like to withdraw.
Okay, you have every right to.
All right, well, since.
We learned a lot, by the way.
That conundrum.
Well, why don't we just wait till the end of the semester or something?
Or December.
I won't tell somebody acknowledges and says, so let me, for the record, so that we're on, everybody seeing, the motion that Ms. Ramos made for the resolution to be October 1, 2021, expiring November 30th, 21,
I went ahead and,
withdraw. I
Withdraw.
want to make sure we're.
I think if we do this, let's go throughout the end of the year to December 31st. That gives us time for holidays to get it back on the schedule. So,
Can I discuss this?
sure.
And I'm recommending, if we're gonna do that, I'd rather wait till like January 15th to give time from the holidays, people who have it, give them a 2-week period or something. You know, I don't know, I'm just worried about those holidays. And the fact that we have to come back before January 1st with all the holidays, Thanksgiving and Christmas, I don't know, it might constrain us.
So our January board meeting is the 11th, right?
Correct.
Okay, let's do it till then, that date.
Okay,
So I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the extension. Oh, God, where am I? No, a paid leave until the 11th of January in the new year 2022.
To the 11th, correct?
January the 11th, which is a Tuesday. 2022.
Okay. So we're clear as mud. A motion has been made by Mr. Elizabeth Ramos to extend the resolution regarding COVID-19 leave pay to extend from October 1, 2021, ending on January 11th, 2022. Correct, Ms. Ramos?
Perfect.
Good. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Motion has been made again by Mr. Ramos, again, to continue to COVID pay-19 during the pandemic, going from October 1, 2021, 2020, October 1st, 2021, ending January 11th, 2022, but seconded by Ms. Delma Salinas. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, I'd like to amend the motion to limit the extended leave to only those employees who are vaccinated. I don't think you.
Hold on, let's get legal of that. That's good. Gotta love it.
Okay, so your board of trustees, superintendent, your leave policy is largely local policy, which means it's largely your own, which means you can largely do what you want. So in this case, you may actually be able to limit it this way, but I'm not prepared to give you a legal answer on that right now without looking into it further.
There is a motion to amend the main motion to include vaccinated employees. For a second.
So, President Groves, just to remind you, for an amended motion, we would vote on the amendment.
Amended motion first before this. Is there a second on the amendment that has been presented by Lieutenant Colonel Pratt in regard to?
The initial motion still has to test, everything's the same standard.
Right, so-
Just the date. Right.
Let me ask for the third time. Is there a second to the amendment to the main motion that was presented by Lieutenant Colonel Pratt in regards to vaccinated people, employees? If not, the amendment fails. All right, let's go back to the main motion. Well, actually, yes, motion before the board right now is that, again, was it the resolution of the board to take on the COVID-19 leave during pandemic from the dates of October 1, 2021, which would expire on January 11th, 2022. Is there any further more discussion? If not, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 3-2.
Do we need to read the?
Yes, we have to. So go ahead, Dr. Pitzer.
Oh, great. Resolution of the board regarding COVID-19 leave during epidemic. Whereas the board is authorized by Texas Education Code, section 45.105, to expend funds of Kingsville Independent School District for purposes necessary in the conduct of the public schools as determined by the board. Whereas the board acknowledges that during an epidemic, district employees may be instructed not to report for work after on-site exposure. Whereas the board finds that a need exists to address additional leave in the circumstances of an epidemic. Whereas the board concludes that providing additional paid leave to all regular employees, contractual and non-contractual, salaried and non-salaried, who are sick or in isolation as a result of an epidemic, serves the public purposes of protecting students and staff and maintaining morale and reducing turnover. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of Kingsville Independent School District authorizes providing additional paid leave for all regular employees, contractual and non-contractual, salaried and non-salaried, who are sick as a result of an epidemic. Employee must provide a COVID positive test result for themselves or medical certification of a COVID positive test result for a dependent in their household as prescribed under IRS rules and guidelines. The authority granted by this resolution allows paid leave beginning October 1st, 2021, and extending until January the 11th, 2021. I'm sorry?
2022.
2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Good, thank you again. Okay, we'll move on to item number 7I, discussion and possible action regarding Cleveland County Appraisal District Board nominations and resolution. This can be found on page 174 in the board book. Dr. Peter Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. Garson. By October the 15th, all nominations need to be in for members on the district appraisal board. By December the 15th, all entities must cast their votes. So that will be a separate board meeting where we actually determine how many votes we will have for each nominee. We are allowed to choose up to 5 nominees to serve on the appraisal board because there are 5 members. We do not have to choose 5. In the past, we have chosen 1, or last time we chose 2. They serve a 2-year term, they would start on January the 1st of 2022 and serve a 2-year term. The nominees that we choose must meet those 6 criteria that I passed out on that handout to you. At this time, I will take any questions or leave it open for discussion.
And again, this is something that happens every 2 years. Again, correct, Dr. Pitts? And again, please. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. And one thing I would like to add is basically the duties that they're going to be performing are to, number 1, choose the chief appraiser, 2, to set policy, and then 3, to also set the budget. So those are the things that and again, I met with the chief appraiser. Their goals are the same as our goals. The interest of the district here on the appraisal board are to get the county values as close as possible to the state values. And although the members will not directly influence values, they do set policy and they do approve the budget, which can be used toward attaining those goals. Any other questions?
Any questions?
We do we do have one additional board meeting, I think on the 11th, if that's still the case, if we have to, but we brought it to the board early. We don't want to get too close to the 15th because otherwise we'll lose the opportunity to submit any nominations. And that has happened with other entities in the past where they have missed that deadline.
All right. Again, thank you, Dr. Quincy. And you heard the recommendation at the end of regards to the county appraisal district board nominations. There, no, I'll go ahead. I want to nominate Mr. Brian Kubo.
Will he accept Mr. Cooper?
Mr. Kubo,
I will.
I'll second.
We can do more than one?
We can do as many as we want, and then we actually have an option later on to, if we were to select two, we could only give all our votes to one person later on if we wanted to. We have that option as well.
Don't go ahead. No, you go ahead. Unfortunately, last year was kind of an issue. I just don't want as a board to go down that route again. I think we want to give everybody an opportunity to have a fair shot of what they need to do. Again, in the past is the past. We don't want to talk about it anymore. I just want to say it again. It was very unusual last time, very awkward. And again, and me as one board member, don't want to go down that road again.
We represent about 35% of the votes. But it's possible, because of how the vote distribution falls, that if you cast those votes correctly, you can get both of yours on. And there's not really a whole lot anybody else can do about it unless they are really conspiring.
That is correct. We have the votes to get two people on if we wanted to.
But there's really no advantage.
There's no advantage. That's the thing. There's no advantage. At one time, it was sort of a flex your muscle a little bit. So we flexed our muscle. I don't have to flex our muscle again, do we? I mean, it's one's enough. Mr. Greenwood asked not to be considered, so.
Yes, Michelle.
And so did Michelle as well. Again, so the motion again before the board is, there's a motion.
I think we have a nomination.
A nomination. I'm sorry.
Are there any other nominations? before we close?
They don't have to be a board member, correct? It can be any person of the public.
That meets those
They have to meet
criteria
those
that you have there,
criteria.
yes.
So I could say like, Pee Wee Herman.
That's what you're so
What Pee Wee
desirous of
Herman would
doing.
be. Okay, so
If they've lived in our appraisal district zone for the preceding 2 years. Meet those other criteria.
And I'll go ahead and move the nomination, cease.
I've got one more. Yeah, I really like the experience of Mr. Copel also, but there's also one that I would like to just put out there. Brandon Barrera has showed an interest also in representing on the appraisal board, so I want to put him out there as well.
Mr. Garcia, do we have any knowledge if he meets all those criteria?
Yes, he does.
he's on the water board, I believe, right? I would second that too.
I think those two would be very good assets in this appraisal district.
Just because we are nominating two does not
I
mean
know.
that later on we have that option.
Any other nominations? So nominate, the motion, nomination cease to accept with it and go from there. So is there anybody that would like to make a motion?
Motion to accept the nominees as presented.
Again, the Tim from Price has made a motion again to accept the following, be added to as nominations for the appraisal district board for the upcoming 2 years. Be Mr. Brian Kufal along with Mr. Brandon Moneta. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. David Garcia. Any further discussion? Opposite the vote, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Do you want me to read the resolution or do you want to?
Go ahead. You go ahead. No, it's not long.
Resolution submitting nominations for candidates for the election to the Board of Directors of the Clayburgh County Appraisal District. Whereas the Kingsville Independent School District, as a taxing entity funding the appraisal district, is authorized to make nominations for the Clayburgh County Appraisal District Board of Directors. And whereas the appraisal district has requested that each taxing unit submit the name of its nominees to the chief appraiser, and now therefore upon a unanimous vote of the Kingsville Independent School District School Board of Trustees on Tuesday, September 28th, the board voted to nominate Brian Kufal, Brandon Bodetta as board members of Clayburgh County Appraisal District. If I may, Mr. Maddox, I believe after that Tuesday, September 28th, I should add 2021 there.
There we go. Yes, sir, but it's a de minimis change, so we don't need to bring it back to the board.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kendra. All right, item 7J, discussion possible action regarding instructional materials adoption committee 2021-2022. It's going to be found page 176 of the board book.
Thank you. The superintendent or designee shall make recommendations to the board for appointment of local instructional materials adoption committee. Members of the committee shall be professional staff and the majority shall be classroom teachers. The local committee, after examining all instructional materials adopted by the state board and reflected on the multiple lists, shall select materials for use in the district and recommend selections to the Board of Trustees for ratification. This year, instructional materials up for adoption are health and PE. Administration recommends that the Board of Trustees approve the instructional materials adoption committee for 2021-2022 school year for health and PE instructional resources as presented in your packet.
All right, thank you, Dr. Ramirez.
Ms. Ryan.
So, Mr. Ramirez, sorry. Been a long day, 2 days. Is that? Oh, very well. Again, you already gave the recommendation by administration. Is there a motion? So moved by Mr. Brian Kufal. Is there a second? That's you, Kufal? It's hard to write things, you know? Not a multitasker. And a motion has been made by Mr. Brian Kufal in regard to taking again to recommend the board approved instructional material adoption committee for 2021-2022 school year as presented in second. Is there any further discussion? We don't teach health, do we? Not at the high school, but the school. Okay. No first question. No approve to proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. You gotta review that. We're going to, sorry. The board now will enter a closed session according to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.1074 to deliberate and consider the following. A, discussion with legal counsel regarding legal and personnel matters. No action will be taken until we turn to open session. We are entering now closed session at approximately 9:03. Sorry, I'm on the clock too. You can do that at football games, basketball games, too, where y'all need it. Save some money. Yeah. Already.
Mike is open.
We now return to open session to take necessary action on matters which the board may discuss in open session and upon which action may be taken. We're now returning to session, open session at approximately 9:55 PM. And move on to discussion of possible, actually, we have discussion of possible action regarding legal personnel matters. Any further business comes before this board? Is there any more business that needs to come? Is there any more business that needs to come before this board? Is there any more business? Very good. Again, the question was asked again, is there any more business that needs to come before this board before we adjourn? Ask the question again. Is there any business that needs to come before this board? If not, I adjourn this meeting at 9:56.
I'm sorry. So.